Welcome back, another live stream for today, for one of the classes in the Player's Handbook for Dungeons & Dragons 5e. Hello Fred, yes, this is far too early, and I have a little story to go along with it being far too early for me right now, which is slightly funny and also slightly painful and unpleasant. So yes, I'm sure a few of you will have a good laugh. I am still wearing the consequences of my little accident. Anyway, I'm going to put up a poll. Feel free to take part in that poll. I really want you to do so. This is going to be a long live stream because there's a lot of work to do. And we'll see how I go today. It's going to be interesting. Hopefully you guys can keep me on track so that I actually get the work done. Anyway, let's get started, shall we? All right, let's start it off. Grab some food, some drink, make sure you're comfortable. Here we go. Hi, welcome to How to RPG. My name is Fred Weller, and today I want to talk about role-playing games. We're going to remaster the Sorcerer class for Dungeons & Dragons 5e. And I want to try very hard, even though I don't feel that energetic. It feels very early in the morning. And I feel like I need a lot more sleep. I'm going to try to seem energetic, but it's all a put on. It's just a YouTube put on. I'm really feeling quite out of it right now. It's going to be an interesting day. So I'm going to go through the goals for this build for today, like I do with all of the the remastering of classes. So I'm going to go through my goals first. I'm going to then start working on whatever you guys want me to work on first, and then I'll chop my way through that load. And ultimately what I'm trying to do here is get as much done as I possibly can so that I can come back and do it again on another day and try to finish the rest of it. So that's what's going on. But before I start, even though some of you probably don't want to hear the story, I'm going to tell you the story. I am feeling very under the weather, and I'm not feeling that great because I had a little problem yesterday. I had a lunch meeting, okay? I had a lunch meeting, and I also had a staff meeting that never actually happened. We just ate food. One of the things is I have a irritable bowel, and which sounds very exciting, but one of the things is there are certain foods I should not eat. I decided to eat a lot of foods that I should not be eating. I've been doing that for a while, and I've been suffering the consequences as a result of this, my own stupidity. But one thing I do know is under no circumstances can I eat chili. Chili will be the end of me, hence the state that I am in. I'm lucky that I didn't wind up passing out. So, yes, I accidentally ate a bit of chili on a pizza. I really shouldn't have eaten a pizza in the first place, but the chili is like kryptonite for me. And so, yes, I've been on the toilet. I feel terrible. I feel very tired, and I look kind of a bit whack. It was quite funny for the staff, and it proved to be slightly entertaining for a little while. And now it's like I've had a hangover. Imagine you had a really heavy drinking session and then you had a hangover, but on top of that, a whole lot of other things. You were sick at the same time. That's what's going on for me right now. So why am I doing this live stream? As you know, because I'm stupid. Because I'm stupid. That's the only thing I can say. Anyway, let's go over the goals for today so that you know what's going on. All right, here we go. So the project goals for remastering the Sorcerer class for Dungeons & Dragons 5e. I want to say right now, remastering the Sorcerer is going to be very difficult. There are so many things going on here, and the Sorcerer, to make the Sorcerer feel different to the Wizard and the Warlock and your Druid and your Bard, is very difficult to achieve because it isn't that different. It's not really. You could say meta magic and sorcery points, but it's not really that different. Okay, so design a class that I like. I have to personally like it, and my home group needs to want to play it. And so that's one of the things I've got to try to achieve. We'll see how we go with this. I've got a list of things that they have noted down. Hopefully I got them right. Ensure the class has a wide spread of features that cover all the pillars of play. I've said this before. Exploration, social interaction, combat, world building, and that little X factor. Okay, I know that doesn't seem like the 3 pillars that you're used to from 5e, but I've expanded it because it needs to be. You're dealing with high level play, you need to bring in a few other things. Spread out the features across the levels as much as possible so they're not all front loaded. I don't want to front load the class. That quite often is a mistake that Wizards of the Coast makes. Maybe that's not actually a mistake, maybe that's a design intent, but I don't want to do that. Make level 10 features and above not actually suck, because features above level 10 for the Sorcerer probably suck more than most classes, actually. Level 10 features need to have some fluff or story quest requirements. That has always been a guidance from my players. This is what they sort of want, so be it. Ignore Wizards of the Coast, Paizo, Kobold Press, etc. And actually, in this case, although I'm very much of the opinion that I should ignore what they have done in the past with the class, the Sorcerer, there are a couple of things that the Wizards of the Coast have done that I thought were very interesting. I just didn't like the way they had written them. So I'm actually probably going to pull a few things from some of the subclasses and make them standard for the Sorcerer. I think that's actually got some worth. So we're going to do that today as well. Eliminate the desire to multi-class for the class. I don't think multi-classing serves the Sorcerer very well. It is already hard enough to define what the heck a Sorcerer is. We're going to have now also choices. I know choices, people talk about, look, even when I play a class I want to have choices. I get it. So I'll figure it out eventually. Okay. Remove class features that use a bonus action and short rest recharge features. I do not plan to use you get a number of uses of this power based off your proficiency bonus and then have to take a long rest. I know that's the new norm, but I think it's the wrong norm. I think we need to decide if the feature is too strong and you can't use it all the time, then don't give it to somebody in the first place. Anyway, remove the Game Master. I'll ensure the Game Master has necessary tools to adjudicate high-level features of play. This is really about things beyond level 10. This is where the problem lies, is when you start giving them stuff beyond level 10, you need to have things that the Game Master can sign off on and not sign off on, or things that they negotiate with the player. Remove subclasses, and I'm using a different system that has more increments than the subclasses. So yeah, we'll see how that all goes. A lot of it you'll see is very similar. This is one of the big problems, is I think the Sorcerer needs to be very different from the Cleric and the Wizard, and trying to make it seem very different from the Cleric and the Wizard is a difficult task. It's a difficult task. Anyway, so those are the things that I'm trying to achieve today. I will quickly drop you over to where am I? Actually, let's have a look at this poll, because I was asking you about stuff. Oh, Fred Huber, you were asking about sorcery points. I hate to say it right now, sorcery points are a dead dodo. Yeah, if you thought I wasn't going to blow those little suckers out of the water, you would be wrong. Yes, sorcery points, and I write that down. I don't think that was certainly one of my big intentions, but I don't think I actually wrote it down. I actually didn't even copy and paste all the information on sorcery points over. I'd already taken it out. Sorcery points must go. I don't think sorcery points add to the game. They just make the Sorcerer far more complicated than it needed to be in the first place. Hello, Phil. Now, Phil is a true designer. Phil is not an amateur like myself who's just on YouTube doing stuff. He actually knows what he's doing, and Phil, on top of that, has actually published some stuff, unlike myself. But Phil tells me that I do seem to do all right sometimes, so we'll see how we go. We're going to come up with some crazy shit, I can tell you that now. It's a Sorcerer. Okay. Still doing wild magic versus dragon related? No, I I think if anything, dragon magic is. I almost feel like dragon magic needs to be its own, almost its own class. Do you know? I don't feel like a sorcerer and dragon magic makes sense to me. Sorcerer feels like it's one other thing. So if there was dragon magic going on, I feel like you would literally have to have a class that is about the dragon. I'm going to try to bring the noise. I'm going to get rid of the hat. Yeah. Okay, I feel better now. Okay. Yeah, sorcery points need to go. Yeah, it's not going to stay. I'd make them all wild magic sorcerers too. That's very much what my group found is we discovered the identity of the sorcerer lies in the wild magic surge table. It plays so much better, but there's a few things you need to do for it to work. So that's what we're going to do. Yeah, and I'm going to add quite a bit of stuff based on what you guys want me to do. It looks like you want me to deal with the old features, 60% out of how many votes? 5 votes. So be it. We will deal with the old features first. Let us bulldoze the shite out of that. Yeah. Well, no, I think you could have a dragon magic class, but I think it needs to be its own thing. And we've got to be careful that we don't try to duplicate everything that a dragon does, because otherwise, why would you have dragons? Just be a player dragon. Your class, you are a dragon. There you go. So, anyway, let's get on to this. You're here for me to actually go over stuff, and so I need to go over my notes that they've given me. My players have given me this. This is stuff that I've put down and they've put down. Sorcery points, as I said, must go. So they're going to be off. We're going to replace it with something else. That doesn't mean that Metamagic is gone. Metamagic stays. Ditching preparing spells and spell slots. That's really my approach to all of the spellcasters. I can't stand preparing spells and spell slots. Gone as well. Arcana will become a standard skill for a sorcerer. I feel like it makes sense. And then you select 3 other skills. We'll deal with that. Expand the cantrips to 16 at level 20. It's a big question mark for me. Now that I think about it a lot, I'm not really too sure about that. That's a lot of cantrips to take onto a class, and cantrips like they make a big difference, particularly at low level. They're probably not going to be that useful at higher level, but they're often utility, so you've got so much versatility. It's probably too much of a toolbox. I'm going to think about this a little bit. Anyway, access to a mage tower at level 10, and maybe a magical mansion. I almost feel like I want to give them a magical fortress or mansion. So when I was thinking about the sorcerer, I was thinking, do you remember the original Superman movie with Christopher Reeve in it? For those of you who are old enough to remember that movie. He made a fortress by throwing a crystal into water, and crystal fortress, the fortress of solitude. I want that for our sorcerer. I think that is what they need. So we're going to do that. Followers. I'm going to give them some mages. We had some problem with the wizard because it became quite obvious that giving mages too early was going to make the class way too strong, because sorcerers are actually quite strong in terms of 5e. So the ones in the back of the monster manual. So we'll see how that works. I'm not quite sure. A legendary magic item at level 18 or 19, 17 or 18, which I've been doing pretty much for all the classes. I don't know how to shape it in this present time, but my general feeling is that the sorcerer needs to be the one that creates it. It almost feels like it would be no other way that they are the one that forms this thing. But we'll see. I'm not too sure. Anyway, we might have some restrictions on that as well. I'm not sure. Okay, at level 14, 15, unlimited use of plane shift with a spell casting time of 10 minutes. I'm not sure about that either, but certainly the concept has been used a few times by me, so we'll see how we go. Magic. Wild magic surge table for all spells above level 1 are standard. So in other words, there is no rolling a 20-sided dice. I'm not going to do that. We're We're going to get rid of the 20-sided dice roll. Every time you cast a level 1 spell or higher, you roll on the the Wild Magic Surge table, or just call it a Magic Surge table in this case. Membership to a magic guild of some kind, access to riding horses and so forth. I'm not too sure about this. We'll see how we go. It feels like I've done that before. I might need to change that up a bit. I'm going to ditch sorcery. So Sorceress Restoration, I think, is shite. So Sorceress Restoration can go down the toilet. We're going to put something else there. Fix Meta Magic. So Meta Magic, I feel, has big problems. And so things like Subtle Spell, Careful Spell, particularly Careful Spell, Quicken Spell, and Twin Spell. Those are my major targets. I've put a question mark around telepathic communication. I'm quite tempted to do something like that. Warp travel. I know we're not playing Star Trek, but warp travel sort of made me think. I like the idea of giving the sorcerer the ability to warp through space. I don't know. Is that what you normally think about in terms of sorcerer, or just jumping through a hole or a portal? See invisibility, bending luck. I don't know about these, but these are things that I was sort of playing around with. Okay, let's get started on the first task, which is here is my table for the sorcerer. And it's mostly empty, as you can see. Like there are whole things, there's a great huge bunch of things that are just missing. So I'm going to check the chat, drink some water, and let's see what you've got. Gilligan's Private Island. Now you're talking. Dragon magic should be subtle magic shouldn't eliminate verbal somatic, make the verbal somatic unnoticeable. Fine, but not have to cast a verbal only if you drop the verb. So there's no point. So let's get real. If you get rid of how subtle spell works in its current form, there's no point in even having subtle spell. It's an absolute nonsense. If you cannot get rid of the verbal component and the somatic component of the spell, don't even bother having the spell, the metamagics feature. There's no point, Fred. I can't see it. I just don't get it. There's just no reason to do it. If you only drop one, they still notice you. The whole point of subtle spell is you can cast a spell and nobody will notice you casting the spell. The problem is with subtle spell is you can gain access to subtle spell so early on that your sorcerer can potentially get away with casting all sorts of enchantment spells on people. Suddenly they've got the drop on everybody. I can cast a fireball and nobody will notice that I've just dropped a fireball on them. You don't see the outward aggression from them, do you? Because it's all disguised. There's the problem, right? I understand what you're talking about, but if you remove it, any part of it, it's kind of a waste of time. I remember the old George Reeves movie. Yeah, old George Reeves, Superman. Good Lord, that's going back a while. Players usually forget to use careful spell or don't want to waste the point, so I just drop that. Yeah, there's another problem with it, and it doesn't work the way they think it should work anyway, so there's no point having it. Can you elaborate about why you find metamagic to be bad? I don't find metamagic to be bad. I find metamagic to be the options around metamagic are simply too strong in many respects, and they are easily exploited. I'm not getting rid of metamagic. I am going to make some adjustments to it, but I can't adjust subtle spell the way Fred is describing, because that just wouldn't make any sense. You like the sorceress and the Thundara the barbarian. Okay. Subtle. Low likelihood to be noticed, but don't make it defeat a silence. No, again, there's no real way of making that work. I just don't see that. I think the problem is subtle spell as a metamagic is probably something you should get later on rather than quite early. That's the reality that I see. Let's start off with plunking some stuff in here rather than we having a theoretical or a, what do you call it? A theoretical or a philosophy discussion around the sorcerer. And now, spell casting we have here. You do actually get your, what is it, your sorceress origin very early on, which I'm not doing. We're not going to do that at level 1. So you'll see that left blank, not happening. Font of Magic at level 2. Font of Magic, I might tend to sort of move a little bit further on as well. Font of Magic, because Font of Magic really is the spell points, and Meta Magic is coming like later on. But Font of Magic, it might be called something else in this case. So when I say Font of Magic, it may not be Font of Magic. I'm going to make that clear, because sorcery points for me are out of here. I don't like to track anything if I can help it. Would all be... All right, we'll start sharing some of the ideas from the Sorcerer, from Thundara, the Barbarian. You've got to remember, my brain ain't working that great. I'm still recovering from chili. Now, 3 Meta Magic, and I've got a tradition here already that I'm probably going to use. So I don't know that Meta Magic is going to be living there at all. It's probably going to. I'm probably going to move Meta Magic to level 5. Meta Magic. I know it'll piss a few people off, but that's my job. No, it's not my job. It's just, I just think that's probably a better place for it to live. Next. Meta Magic comes at again at 10. I don't want it to live at 10. Meta Magic can live again here at... Jesus. Why am I having problems here? Meta Magic. Got it. Okay, so I'm going to put it at level 11. Where's the other place? I need to make sure I put some question marks in here so that I can remember that I've got to do stuff with this. This is because it'll confuse people. Next. Sorceress origin feature. No, because I've got something else going on there. I've already got something lined up for that. Meta Magic level 17. Okay. Meta Magic. Meta Magic. And level 17. It can stay there. That's fine. Sorceress Restoration. I don't even know what to call. I don't even know what I'm doing with the top end thing. I think the top end feature for a sorcerer is a hard one. Sorceress question mark. It's not going to be restoration, because it's not going to work with what I'm trying to do anyway. Okay, so that's our table, and you'll notice there are a few spaces. I've got a couple of things I would like to position there, so we'll see how we go with this. Okay, moving down. This table here, I think is the table I use for the wizard. This isn't going to apply. So since we're working on things that are old, let's work on the things that are old. For a sorcerer, their progression in terms of cantrips and spells and so forth, the problem with this progression is based on the concept of a wizard, okay, who can learn new spells by just finding a scroll, finding a spell book, transferring it into their spell book. That's the benefit of playing a wizard. The good thing about playing a wizard is you can ultimately, if you've got enough time, you dedicate your time, you can get a shite load of spells that you could cast potentially. Because I like the idea of still using spell failure in this game, I still like the idea of using spell failure. Spell failure for a sorcerer, though, I think is going to look a little bit different. We need to give them more spells. They will definitely need to have more cantrips. They will definitely need to have more first level spells and second level spells that they know, because they only get them when they level up, and they're not going to be able to get them any other way. I think that is the sorcerer in a nutshell. What have you got here? The Sorcerer Familiar. Fred Huber. Really? I was wondering if somebody would say familiar. I left it off deliberately. I like the Sorcerer Familiar early. but tied to a sorcerer more like old AD&D. They share HP and you don't really want your familiar dead. Interesting. Well, I'm not actually against the idea of giving the sorcerer a familiar, whether you believe it or not. I actually think it's not a bad idea at all. I would be quite happy to do so. Here. Familiar. But if I was doing that, I'd still probably do that a little bit later on rather than too early because of the benefits of a familiar. Okay, and we'll just put some question marks there. Okay, so mark that down. Back to where I was. Okay, so now I need to change this table. This table doesn't work anymore. I can't use the existing table for the sorcerer right as it is, because there won't be enough spells. They won't have enough spells to get by, in my opinion, based off using something like spell failure, because you could lose a spell for the rest of the day and not be able to cast it again. You may not even get it off the first time round. So there needs to be a few more options once you lose one. You'll get them back the next day, but I need to give them more. So this is where my problem lies. Is first off, my first instinct was to give them as many cantrips at level 20 as I possibly could, which is max it out to 16. The problem with that is that I realized is that may be just a bit too much. That's a lot of cantrips to sort of have to contend with. And it makes the sorcerer immensely powerful because the sorcerer has access to so many. They got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 potential cantrips. These are Acid Splash, not a particularly good spell. You're probably not going to use it. Blade Ward, not a particularly good spell either, frankly. Chill Touch, actually fine as a spell. Dancing Lights, it's all right. Firebolt, a very good spell for attacking, yes. Friends is a pretty poor spell in its current form. You'd have to rewrite it for it to work any good. Yep. Light's all right in the right circumstances, but you can take a torch, but light's not bad. Mage Hand, an excellent spell. That's 5 so far that I think. Mending, situational, but an excellent spell. Message, also a very good spell, and you would use it a lot. Minor Illusion, fantastic, provided you've got a game master who knows will allow you to actually do stuff with it. Okay, Poison Spray, a pretty crap spell, frankly. If they got that close, you've done something wrong. Prestidigitation, awesome. The Utility Knife, awesome spell. Ray of Frost, actually very good as well. That's 10. Okay, Shocking Grasp, very good as well. True Strike, utter garbage. So that really means there's about 11 spells, and ultimately, in terms of cantrips, that most people might actually want to use. So I don't necessarily need to go 16. I could probably go a little bit less. But I still want them to have more cantrips than just 6 at level 20. 6 at level 20? Come on. That seems a little bit tight, if you ask me. Anyway, let's have a look here. Oh, we've got a few people in here today. Okay, I like Sorcerer Familiar early. Yes, we've already said, you've already mentioned that. I've made a note. Top tier sorcery. They are able to enter the magic weave. Ooh. Or, however, the magic works in a setting. While in the weave, they are able to create new spells. GM puts whatever restrictions on this power. So Pale Rider, you remember I did that with the wizard. They can create their own magic spell at high level, and my issues with doing that is I'm just doing the same thing that I did for the wizard. Now we could give them something like that at level 20, and I get it, but honestly I don't want the wizard to look too much like the sorcerer. So let's put a design note down here. Here we go. Create a new spell at level 20. A lot like wizard. Don't want to do that again. I want them to have something that makes more sense. Like I really want them to have something completely different. Create a new spell at level 20, like a wizard. Needs to be different. Really does need to be different. We can't just keep doing that. Okay, so back to my table, or is it back to the chat? I can't remember. One of those. Okay, Pale Rider. I've made a note of it, but it needs to look different to what I did with the wizard. Phil, I'm a big fan of pet summons, polymorph, wild shape using the controller's HP pull. Yes, giving initial temp hit points to creatures. Acid Splash works good on some locks. Provided that Acid Splash is actually structured that way. So here's the problem with Acid Splash. It's how the sodding spell is worded. So here we go. On page 211. You hurl a bubble of acid. Choose one creature within range and choose two creatures within range that are within 5 feet of each other. A target must succeed on a dexterity saving throw or take 1d6 acid damage. Fine. Okay. But here's the problem. When a game master sees that and they see creature, they decide you can't do it on a object. This is quite common. This happens with a lot of spells. They decide, no, you can't do it because it doesn't state you can target an object or a creature. And there are a lot of spells that do specify you can target a creature or object. And so when you see spells as a game master with that distinction, Acid Splash winds up being garbage. That's the problem. Anyway, so Pale Rider, it should work that way. You should be able to target an object or a creature, but it's not written that way, and there's where our problem lies. So I put Acid Splash in the basket of, don't worry about it. Moving on. Okay. Friends is a low power charm, which is a lower power than domination. Yeah, I get it, but it's actually a mistake. Using friends actually causes you more problems. Every time I've ever seen anybody adjudicate it, whether it's me or another game master, and somebody employs friends, the consequences for the person who used friends is so bad that nobody wants to use it in the groups that I've played in after experiencing the aftermath of friends. So friends is either change the spell or get rid of it and delete the sodding thing, because it's a complete waste of time. I think it's a terrible spell. Dungeons and Chronics. Hello. How you doing? Shiner81. How's it going? Splash. Oh dear. They don't have to throw in likes. If they don't like it, they don't like it. It's nice of you to say, Phil, though. 10 cantrips at level 20 gain 1 per 2 levels, maybe. And Fred Huber, I think that's... Fred Huber's a patron, by the way. I think that is kind of where my head is going. All right. Oh, hello, Chris Broskett. How are you doing? Meta magic to change the shape of your own spells, or at higher levels, able to use magic on other spells as a reaction when any ally casts a spell. I do not like reaction spells myself, Chris. I think reaction spells are a big, big problem. So I wouldn't do that, but maybe the use of meta magic at high levels to do something with a spell might make a lot of sense. We will see. We will see. I'd alter the friend spell not to automatically hostile when it ends. That's the only change you need to make, and then friends becomes a useful spell. Okay, so if we got around to actually adjudicating and doing something with the friend spell and the acid splash spell, we're dealing with 12. So let's be generous which is pretty damn generous if you ask me. And let's give them 12 at level 20. Not 10, but 12. With the assumption that we would have to fix said spells at some point. Okay. So now there are 20 levels here, and we need to have a progression that is let's go roughly here. Let's go 2, 2 here. 11. Is that going to work? That didn't work. Let's push this over here a little bit. Come on, Fred. Where's my brain's not working properly? There we go. All right, cool. There we go. And 11. That's another one. Okay, we'll come back and do all that later. I'm not going to keep doing that. 10. And then 10. And then we go to 9. 9. Something like that. 9. 9. Next is 8. Keep an eye on my maths here. So every 2 levels we're going 8. I think the progression down is going to be too much. We might have to change this. And then that'd be 6. And that'd be 6. Yeah. And then that would be 5. And that would be 5. And then we got 4 levels though that we're only getting 4. I don't like that. I feel like that progression isn't going to work. And I need to put these things in the center because they're not in the center. So that's not really going to work. I think we're going to have to do something else. 2, 3. I don't want to give them fewer cantrips than they already get. I mean, when you start off as a sorcerer, you already get like not that many. And less than 4 seems like too little. I guess that's where my head is with this. I don't want to do that to the sorcerer. I want them to at least be starting with 4. So the progression needs to look a little different. Shiner agrees with Fred Huber. All right, good to know. Next. Let's move this across a little bit. And so the spells there needs to be a different progression going on here. Because even if I do this, that would wind up pushing it down to there. So that's not gonna work. So what we'll do is we'll slow down the progression at a point. Let's slow down the progression at a point. Let's go 4. 4. And then let's go 5. 5. And then over here, we're going to go 6. So by the time we get to level 6, level 9, we're now moving into the 7, 8, 9, 10, 12. I think that's going to work better. So we'll start slow and start to build up, spread it out a little bit, and then we speed up the process again. I don't know if that's necessarily a great idea, but let's just have a think about that. Will that work? Or do I just give them another 1? I could just give them, let's just make it 13. 13's an unlucky number. People will love that. Let's do that. Let's just, I mean, this is just the beginning, people. Like this could be that way, and it really won't matter, will it? Because it's just the draft. So let's just go with that. 3 are the same at the top. Let's go progression, 2, 2, 2, 2, 7, 7. Let's just get, adding another 1 isn't going to mean much. I think it's going to be fine. So let's just go like that. I don't want them to be losing these things. So, and I don't want them to be having to shuffle them out. Makes no sense. I know Wizards of the Coast is big on, oh, you can, as you know, new part of a new day, you can just shuffle out a cantrip and have a new cantrip there that you weren't using before. And it was like, no, don't do that. Don't do that. That doesn't even make any sense now. And also just makes it feel like it's another spell. It's just another spell that you've got to prepare. You're going to make cantrips prepared spells as well? No. That just solves the problem there. Every 2 levels, you get another 1. And just 2, 2, 2, just as you suggested. I think that's fine. We'll make it 13. It's not 16. I wouldn't say that that's going to be an unholy pain in the ass, but we'll see how we go. You never know until you actually try this stuff, don't okay, there's ants in my drink. Okay, how am I doing for time? It's 10:45, and I've got 15 minutes. Okay, so I'm going to do something with the other spells. There's as I said, there's no way that I can just give them a progression of say 2 at first level. That's just not going to work. And I've got 1 here right now. What do you got here, people? Upward, yep. Fred, we've got it. Start with 4. I'm going to go just 2, 2, 2. So I've done that. When they learn a new spell, I would let them customize it as long as the mechanics do not change. Purple Fireball, as an example. I see what you're saying. Well, I mean, you can do that anyway if you really wanted to. It's just flavor, isn't it? What about changing the damage type instead of a fireball? So the damage type, transmuting or changing the damage type, that's actually a very good idea. I don't know that makes a very good level 20 feature. I don't know if I feel like that's a level 20 feature. I've kind of noted that down already. In there you'll find some meta magic around that. I don't know that it'll make it meta magic that is something you select or something you get at a particular level. Anyway, so I don't think 2 spells is going to be enough. I think we're going to have to bump this number up by a little bit. Just looking at the table that I've got here. I'll just move my phone. So bear with me as I pump in some numbers here. This table represents the spells that they know. Okay? Not prepared spells, not spell slots, nothing like that. This is what they get. So this is what we're going to work with. So they normally get 2. I'm going to give them 3. Okay? Because they might lose 1 along the way. At level 2, they get 3. Now it's 4. And then the next level is level 3. They would normally get 4. Now they get 5. And level 2 spells, I'm going to give them 3. So do I need to give them 3? I can give them 2. I can probably give them 2. 2? 2? No, I'll give them 3. Let's be generous. Let's be generous for now. Okay, next would be 4. It's now actually 5. 5. So that'll be 5 all the way down from there if I'm right. 5, 5, 5, 5. All the way down. Okay. I think that's correct. Yep. So let's make that all 5s. So we're giving them 1 more to compensate for the fact that they will lose spells along the way as they cast stuff. I'm rather interested to see how this works. Because I'm being a lot more generous than Shadow Dark is. But I'm also too, I'm not sure how easy it is going to be to fail or succeed at these things. So let's see. Pumping these numbers. I'm going to try to do this fairly quickly, people. I know there's a few columns there, I realise, so bear with me as I do the number pumping in. Okay, so I think I've got the right gist on that one. What are we doing next? Level 3. Level 3 would normally get 2. And so we're just going to push it to 2. Actually, we can go 2 here now. Let's do that. That's fine. You got a choice of 2, 2, 2, 2, 2. Level 1 spell. Actually, no, we could probably do 2. You lose 1, you get the other one. 2, 3, 4. By level 4, you get 5. Yeah, I can live with that. Okay. No, we won't do that. And then we'll go 2. And then it goes level 2, level 3. It's at level 4. So let's just go there. That's 3. And the progression is up to 3. Okay, that's fine. Let's do that. I don't think that matters too much. They get what? They get level 3 spells when? Level 3 spells come in at level 3s come in at level 5. Level 5, so okay, I'm going to say right now, I'm actually not too sure how I should do this. I'm going to leave this for a little bit later on. I need to think about this a bit more. Using the same numbers is probably not going to work, and I'm not thinking clearly. So yeah, I'm going to leave this alone. I'm going to move on. I'm going to do the next thing. So we'll deal with this. I don't think I need to worry too much about mucking around with hit points. I'm actually fine with it being just a D6. And just make sure I get the layout correct for this. This will be just a quick change and then move on. No. So I believe that is a 16 and that is a 16 and there's, okay, it's structured that way. Okay, that's fine. Space. Is there space? I can't remember. No space. No space. Okay, 16. Bold. Okay, so I'm not going to change that. This is all old stuff, so that's fine. Let's go here. Let's bold that. Hit points. Let's bold that. And this one here as well. Bold this. Okay. All right. Next, proficiencies. Again, I am not a fan of giving a sorcerer the ability to have armor and cast in armor, so we're not going to do that. So let's leave armor is not an option. It makes spellcasters too strong when they have armor and they can cast spells. We want them to have that squishy nature to them. And then here, this is actually, I might replace this because I can literally just cut that out completely and drop in the wizard thing because it's essentially exactly the same. I'm going to be using the same structure for that. Again, because skills, as far as I'm concerned, shouldn't be in the backgrounds. I want to take them out of there. So we're going to just do this and just call this Sorcerer. So one skill straight off the bat is your Arcana, and then you pick 3 more that you don't already have. It doesn't matter what the heck it is. I really couldn't care less. Now, is a sorcerer any better or worse than a wizard with stuff? Honestly, I don't think that I don't think that they would be any better or worse, frankly. So I think we can probably, I can probably cut and paste that whole section from here as well. So we'll just take that out. And I'll just take the one, because I added a whole bunch of other weapons that the wizard could use. So I don't think the sorcerer should be restricted either in that way. So let's just make it pretty much the same. What did I just do? Just undo it. Try it again. Paste it. Okay, that's better. All right. Cool. All right, so that's that bit there. Thank God the spellcasting system is mostly done for me. Okay, so this is a 16 as well. It's all bolded. Okay, so I've done that. Tools, do I want to give them tools? Not really. I feel like tools is a background thing, so let's go with bold and 16 in it. Okay. Oh gosh, now I remember. This is where we get into the you can only have a certain weapon. What a ridiculous thing to do. But anyway, we'll sort that out in a second. What are people saying here? What about changing the damage type? Yeah, we already talked about that. I've got something lined up for that. I'd allow it, but it's permanent. If they want a fireball, they'd have to learn the spell again. Yeah, I don't really want to be doing that. I don't want people to be having to relearn stuff over and over again. I think that's going to be a pain in the ass. For a sorcerer, it makes no sense. I feel like magic for a sorcerer is intrinsic. So when you get a spell, it's kind of part of you. A sorcerer shouldn't need to have a spell book. It's just one of those things. They know them all the time. Once they get a spell, it's with them. The fact that they can't cast the spell is not because they forgot the spell. It's because they're tapping into the magic source and they can't get it to work for that spell for whatever reason. because they're not studying magic, they are feeling magic. I guess that's how I see a sorcerer. Alter damage type, 1, 2, 3 levels, meta magic, approximately level 7. I believe I have moved meta magic somewhere. I don't know if I put it at level 7 though. Pale Rider, level 20. You can transform into pure magic and can travel the planes unaffected by any harsh or deadly environments. They don't create portals, they just shift to whatever plane. So, I like the idea, but not at level 20. Pale Rider, you've put something in there. I actually really like it as a concept, but not at level 20. I want to give it to them earlier, because I was trying to figure out how does it look for a sorcerer when they travel, and I like that a lot. So let's take that concept, and that might have solved part of my problem for some of the other features, which we'll get to later on. So let's go here. I'm going to drop this in that you've just talked about. Not level 20. I think instead of level 20, it's going to be level 16, because I want to give it to them a bit sooner than that. But 16. Make that a note. I like the idea. So that's certainly a smart way of thinking about it. And not make them ignore harsh, deadly environments. Necrotic Ball, if you target that's killed by one of these. Well, I don't think they would be any worse than a wizard with using weapons. So I've given them the same weapons that a wizard uses. I think that's fine. You're putting meta magic as an assorted levels, I thought, to a certain degree. Some of them, but not all of them. Fred Huber. I think some of them need to be set at a certain level rather than something you can access too soon. I think some of the meta magic is fine at lower levels, but at higher levels it's going to be a problem. Well, I'm not giving anybody anything at level 10 around meta magic because there's already something there, so I don't want to do that again. Anyway, let's go back to what I was doing, which was working on the sheet, and I have to switch back over, don't I, because I'm not showing you what you can see or should be able to see. Here we go. Equipment. Geez, we're moving very fast, aren't we? Okay, good. That's good. Okay, so I'm actually fine with taking... Is this pretty much going to be the same in most respects to what we've already got here? A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Okay, here we go. Okay. All right, let's grab this. Let's truck this out here. We don't need that. I think that's a bit of a nonsense, so we don't want that there. Put it there. 2 daggers. Why 2 daggers? One weapon the wizard, sorcerer is proficient with, and then 2 daggers. Specifically, is there something that says sorcerers should have 2 daggers? Is that the dream? Is that the vision of the sorcerer that we have? Is that really what we're after? I just don't get it. Let's I'll put it there, but I think it's stupid. I just don't get it at all. 2 weapons. No, screw that. When I think about it, the more I think about it, the more I think it's silly. The way they structure what weapons you get in terms of a pack. So you get a light crossbow and 20 bolts, which you don't need because you got bloomin' cantrips, or a simple weapon, and then you get 2 daggers. What a load of nonsense. Let's just go 3 weapons. I think that's good enough. Let's just say, just pick 3 weapons the sorcerer is proficient with. If you're going to give them 3 weapons, just give them 3 weapons. Okay, all right, let's get rid of that nonsense. That's gone. Let's take our wizard pack. I don't know that I feel like the wizard pack should be the sorcerer's pack, but I can copy and paste this to a large extent, and I will. Anything to speed up the process, baby. I want to I want to spend a lot more time on other things that don't exist. Because when you look at the sorcerer, it just looks like there's not much there other than you get more spells, which is fine because that's kind of how it works. But anyway, let's go here. Sorcerer. Okay, the sorcerer pack. Well, there's some things that I don't think they need to have. Backpack, bedroll, book of lore. No, don't need a book of lore. I don't know why they would have a bottle of ink. They're a sorcerer. I don't think that's going to be a normal thing for them to have. They don't need that stuff. Caltrops, it's fine. Ink pen, again. Parchment, I don't think so. Let's just get rid of these things. I think all of those things are more wizardy things than sorcerer things myself. Yeah, I get what the point is, but look, just let them pick 3 weapons that they're going to be proficient with. They could have a bow, they could have a sling, they could have a dagger. Exactly. Well, it says weapons. It doesn't say gear. When should we give the Goodman's powers from the Galaxy Rangers? Who remembers the cartoon? I don't know what we're talking about. I have no idea. Fred, what do you got here, Fred? Thus, I suggest a level to be able to alter damage type and a side effect of a harder success roll. So, transmutating a spell's damage type. I agree, Fred Huber. It should be tied at a higher level. I don't think it should be something you get at low level. It seems way too good. It would be too easy for somebody to see that and think, ooh. This class is not supposed to be multi-class, but if I multi-class with that, hell, that'll work out really nice for me. I'm not really up for that. Candles, do we want to give them candles? I could give them candles. Well, they're going to have 5 candles. I'm going to give them less stuff. 5 candles, 5 pieces. No, because a box of chalk's probably got 10 in it. A block of incense. I don't feel like they're really an incense person. Let's just take that away. Incense, small knife. Actually, do I take away the incense? 2 blocks of incense, small knife, healer's kit, scroll case. They don't even need scrolls. Why would they need scrolls? Why would they have a scroll case? Put scrolls in it they pick up that they can cast from. I suppose they could. Yeah, let's leave it. Signal whistle, sealing, signet ring. Why would you need a signet ring? Actually, no, we'll leave that. Soap, pouch, steel mirror. Yeah, why not? The steel mirror is not for dealing with Medusa. It's for looking in the mirror to see how pretty they are. Tinderbox, 2 torches. Yes. Some empty vials. Sure. Okay, all right. So I've taken a couple of things out, but the sorcerer's pack's basically done. Okay. Spell casting. This is the spell casting section for the sorcerer, and I'm going to butcher the shite out of it. I'm going to probably transpose most of what I did with the wizard over to here because I think that's going to be the smartest thing. But as I was foolish enough, as it happens, to eat chili yesterday, I need to go to the toilet, and I probably will be for most of this live stream. So that's going to be one of those things. Here's a question for you people, since you're all throwing ideas out there, and I want you to do so. Phil, I'm amazed that you're still hanging around. It must be obvious that you're not dealing with the same Fred today that you normally do. I still watch it occasionally. Huge Galaxy Rangers. Okay, so what special features should a sorcerer have? I'm going to ask you that question. Enjoying refreshing time. Here we go. I'm going to punch this in, put this in here. It looks to me like we're still dealing with old features, but I'm not honestly sure. Just watching. So there's people who are just watching. Okay, but old features. We'll deal with the old features, no new features today. Okay, I'll just keep bashing away at the old features. They're going to be done pretty quick. In about 2 hours, I think we'll be sorted out. Scroll case is basically a dog, and everybody should have a dog, right? I want a sorcerer to have a familiar, and is their spellcasting focus. Oh, that's clever. That's very, very clever. I like the idea. I gotta make sure I don't forget that, don't I? Spellcasting focus. Let's make that. Let's put a little note in there. I don't want to take away the fact that you could have a spellcasting focus that isn't a familiar. Spellcasting focus can be familiar. I think that's a very clever idea. That makes so much sense. It's very witch-like, isn't it? I'm in it for the win to my... Okay. Yesterday, I ate chili on a pizza and it punished me big time. And I'm still feeling it, which is where I'm about to go to deal with the consequences of that chili. I'll be back. I'll let you guys come up with some ideas since I've punched something in there. I'm sure you'll throw some ideas. And I'll be back to deal with spellcasting next, since that is on the card. Arnold, do your thing. Keep them occupied. I'll be back. 5 minutes or less, hopefully. And he's stepping back and stepping back. And, oh, yeah. Here we go. Let's have a look. Have I got enough water in here? Okay, all right. I'm here. Oh. All right. I'm feeling fairly confident now. Is this based off real skill? Dear. Do you know when you decide to do something in your life and you know you really shouldn't be and that you should just take a break, take a day off from something, and you're like, how can anything get worse than it is right now? And you're just like, I just don't give a shit. This is a day for me. Dear. Anyway, where am I looking at here? I'm looking at the chat to see what ideas you've been throwing into here before I go back to dealing with spellcasting. I did have an epiphany on the toilet. Funny how that happens a lot to me. Special featured breath weapon. I don't want to give a sorcerer a breath weapon. Okay, so host is a AFK. Yes, I don't even. What is AFK? All chat is now pony. Use their magic to change their body at a molecular level for a limited time. Stone, skin, gills, claws, cold-blooded, etc. That's very, very clever. That makes a lot of sense. Not change into an animal, but change themselves to a certain degree. I really like that idea. That really feels like a sorcerer. Change body molecular. Can I just copy and paste it? Where's your little idea here? Let's grab this. Here we just. I like it. We just need to stipulate what those changes can be, right? Otherwise, we're going to get all sorts of crazy stuff going on. And I don't want to make it too difficult for the game master too. But I like the idea a lot. It's a very cool idea. Distant muffling, sobbing, repeated flushing. Exactly. That's for Phil. Phil, you got it right. Exactly what's going on. Case calling. Back in AD&D. So what do you got here, Fred? Is it weird? Familiar with summoned added half his health to. If the familiar died, the wizard permanently lost their full health points. The familiar starts sorcerer with a status style. I think, to be fair, I think the sorcerer needs to have a slightly different familiar. I think what we need to do is we need to be able to make the familiar for a sorcerer stand out as being much more magical and less animal-like. Does that make sense? Like, I would definitely give a homunculus to a sorcerer, for sure. Whereas I feel like a rat or a raven or a bat is probably not going far enough. I don't think there's anything wrong with making that available, but I think we need to get a bit more crazy if we were to give them a familiar of some kind. Does that make sense? I think we need to be a bit more adventurous. The old familiars gave bonus based on the familiar. You've got to be careful about bonuses. Bound accuracy gets completely shafted and shot to pieces by bonuses that you add to something. And particularly around spell casting, you've got to be very careful that you're doing that sort of thing, I've found, because a +1 to something is enough to make a fairly big difference, because the monster numbers don't really change unless the game master changes them. So yeah, I did that with the wizard, as you might remember, but I've got to be very careful about how I approach that. It's a neat mechanic, but got dropped. Bring it back to the sorcerer. Neat mechanic. Well, maybe we will. We'll see. I mean, I did something with the sorcerer, so it's not like we couldn't do it for the sorcerer. Spend a spell slot to automatically attune to a magic item. No, Phil, I'm going to tell you now. Spell slots are I ain't using spell slots. I've had enough. I had enough of them. Um, yeah, spell slots are gone. I'm not going to use them. It's too confusing to have spells that you know, spells that you prepare, and spell slots. And then you've got sorcery points that you can change into. It's just, there's just way too much going on. See wild shape plus semantic hybrid character race for body mod. Oh, that's right. Phil, you're right about that. Special feature: absorb magic can drain magic energy from another spellcaster, replenishing his well of magic power. Special feature: I don't know about that, but drain magic might be, yeah. No, yeah. So that's all right, Phil. I haven't covered it. I haven't actually put it into the document yet. I'm about to do that. So, Pale Rider, your idea is actually very, very clever, but not. I don't want to do it the way that you've suggested. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop it into my notes section, and okay, special feature: absorb magic can drain magic energy from a spellcaster. Spellcaster. Casting a spell. Now that is an interesting idea. It would certainly have to be a high level feature because I feel like it's trying to do what counterspell does, but it's an interesting idea. Okay, all right. Let's get back to this document because you guys are wanting me to get things done, right? I'm wanting me to get things done, so let's get things done. Let's get things done. Where's the window? Here we go. Here's the window. This is it. So we're here. This is where we are. Okay, so I'm going to say right now, I've never been a particularly good. I'm not really a fan of using an attack roll for spell casting and targeting armor class. It's not been something that I thought was a very great way of dealing with magic. It was certainly something I'd seen before because I'd seen it in 4E. But I feel like if you're attacking armor class, it's better to use it for weapons. And I don't want to be fair, spellcasting consists of making spellcasting attack rolls and spellcasting involving saving throws. And I don't really think that saving throws are actually a very good indication of it either. So I want to get rid of both of them. And instead we're going to just use what HowtoDandD does, which is just a spellcasting check. We did that with a wizard. I think that's probably the best way to go. I'm going to port over most of that concept over for them. Let me just see. I'm just trying to remember how this works. It's going to work differently for them, so I need to put it into here straight after this. It's the first thing they get, so all right. And then, I mean, that section there in itself, it doesn't really need to change. Right, so cantrips, first level. It says wizard, but it's not going to be wizard. Spell casting. Okay, let's just grab this bit. Learning new spells, casting spells, spell casting failure, oopsies daisies, and then spell casting ability. That is all there. I just need to change it up for what we're dealing with here. Okay, and it'll be different for them. So let's go copy. Cantrips. Shizers. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so that's that section. I just need to copy that, make adjustments. So that means this goes up a bit more. This goes down. Okay, all right, I'm getting there. Down, paste. Okay, right, so there's a bit of alteration required by me, but that's fine. What did I have to do here? I needed to make sure that spellcasting has better. Okay, all right. Spellcasting, space, come on. There we go. All right. An event in your past or in your life or life of a parent or ancestor left an indelible mark on you, infusing you with arcane magic. Alright, this font of magic, whatever its origin, fuels your spells. See spell rules for the general blah 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 blah. Okay, that's fine. So there's really nothing different about that. Cantrips gonna be different because cantrips gonna vary. What did we decide in the end in terms of cantrips? We're gonna start with 4. Okay, that's right. Cantrips 4. Come on, Fred, get in the right place. Okay, so at first level, you know 4 cantrips. 4 cantrips of your choice from the wizard spell. No, the sorcerer spell list. Let's try to remember we're playing sorcerer right now. Sorcerer spell list. And then you learn additional sorcerer cantrips of your choice at higher levels. That's all fine too. Okay. As shown on the cantrips known column of the sorcerer table, and it's not really there. Not called that. So sorcerer. It's not. Is it known, learned? I can't remember. What was my term that I used when I did this? Cantrips. Known column. Known. Learned. Known. I said learned. Or common. Known. Learned. Known. Learned. Known. Come on, Fred. Get it together. Okay, that's what sort of learns or knows. Okay. Let's just go learned. Known. Yeah, that's fine. Let's do that. That's good. Learning new spells. Here we go. Each time you gain a sorcerer level, you can add new sorcerer spells. Spells of different levels of your choice to... okay, now, this is not spellbook stuff. This is going to work very, very differently. So we've got to make sure that we remember that a sorcerer is intrinsically good at doing things with magic. Homunculus, there is a cool recipe to make one HowtoDandD. Okay. Owl, dark vision, rat, smell, non-combat. Yeah, no, I agree. I think familiar should be not necessarily a combat sort of thing. I'm all for that. Okay. Each time you gain a sorcerer level, you can add new sorcerer spells of different levels of your choice. Choice that you have learned. Okay, each time you gain a sorcerer level, you can add new sorcerer spells of different levels of your choice that you know. The number of spells you learn or know is indicated by the... Yep, let's go here. Sorcerer, spell, learned or known table on your... You might find a spell. So, no, this is something that doesn't work. What we need to do is we need to put in a different sentence here. You can't learn or know additional spells outside the ones gained from the spells known table. You never forget how to cast a spell, but you can lose access to a particular spell you never forget how to cast a spell, but you can lose access to a particular spell but you can lose access to it. Can lose access for a short time to a particular spell linked to the magic source you draw from. Okay, that's what I wanted to say. Cool. For the sorcerer to gain familiar, they must figure Flesh Stone. Shit. Really? Is that what you want to put in there? You never forget how to cast a spell, but can lose access for a short period of short period of time to a particular spell linked to the magic source you draw from. Okay, all right. Now, spells, sorcerer. Spell table shows many spells that you learn how to cast from your. Yes, that's fine. Oh, pardon me. Spells of level of 0 level and higher. To cast a spell, you must select it as a learned or known spell. You can only cast spells of a level that you know. For example, if you are a 3rd level. So this example is a problem because I have not finalized the table. So we need to highlight this section because that'll come back to that. Spellcasting failure. I want spellcasting failure to work differently to the wizard for the sorcerer. This is one of those things where I'm really keen for the sorcerer to have a very different thing going on. So sorcerer spells of 1st level or higher. When you cast a sorcerer spell of 1st level or higher, there is a chance the spell will fail and be inaccessible till the dawn of the next day. And inaccessible till the dawn of the next day. That's fine. So that can stay the same. Sorcerer cantrips aren't subject to spellcasting check. To a spellcasting check. No, they are subject to a spellcasting check, but they're not to failure. Okay. Sorcerer cantrips aren't subject to a spellcasting to casting failure. I'm pretty sure that's how I wanted it to say. Yep. Okay. Sorcerer cantrips aren't subject to a sorcerer cantrips aren't subject to spell casting failure, but still require a spell casting check. So one of the things that I think makes spell casting more interesting and distinguishes it a bit better and actually simplifies it is being able to pit it against the level of the spell you're casting. So what that means is we set a DC based off the difficulty of the spell you're casting, rather than the dealing with the saving throws of a creature or their armor class. I think it's actually better to just go with a spell casting check against a DC based off the spell level you're casting. I like that more as a mechanic. When a non-cantrip spell has an attack roll or saving throw, ignore the spell's dice roll mechanics and instead the sorcerer when a spell, not a cantrip, when a spell has an attack roll or saving throw, ignore the spell's dice roll mechanics, and instead the sorcerer makes a spell casting check. When a spell casting check is failed, the spell has no effect, and the spell is not accessible till the next day. Additionally, failed. Now, this is the thing that I want to get rid of. Wizards, when they screw up, bad things happen. That's not what I want to do with the sorcerer. The sorcerer is already going to have a mechanic tied into them, which is the Wild Magic Surge table. I do not want to be doing that again on top of that. That would be too much. So getting rid of this bit here goes. Does that make sense? Hopefully it makes sense. The difficulty class or DC for a spellcasting check is 10 plus the spell's level. So that's now, I think that's correct, yes. To make a spellcasting check, the sorcerer. Okay. The sorcerer must roll a 20-sided dice and add the result to their intelligence. No, it's not going to be their intelligence, it's their charisma. They'll be using charisma. Try it again. Charisma. Modifier and proficiency bonus. So we're using the same mechanic. We're using the same formula to calculate their spellcasting check, but we're comparing it to a different DC or difficulty class, not the DC or difficulty class for a saving throw and not armor class. We're building it around the difficulty of the spell. That's what I'm trying to achieve. Okay, that's fine. Is that clear? God, I hope it is. All right. Intelligence is not your spellcasting ability. Charisma is. Charisma is your spellcasting ability for your sorcerer spells. The power of your spells comes from your connect. No, that's not any of that. Comes from your connection to the magic source and the magic and the innate innate magic stored within your body. Okay. All right, that's good. You use your charisma. Whenever a sorcerer spell refers to a spellcasting ability. Okay. So sorcerer. Okay. So spellcasting check equals roll a d20 plus your charisma modifier. Try again. Modifier. Okay, so that's fine. That means get rid of this. That's gone. Don't need any of that. Get rid of that. Don't need any of this. This can go as well. Yep, that's right. All that goes. This can go here. Spellcasting focus. I'm actually fine with the spellcasting focus. I'm missing an aspect to spellcasting here that I haven't put in that I need to do. But now this Sorceress Origin. The Sorceress Origin is getting replaced with a different progression. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 4 progressions, and mine has 5, if I remember right. It's actually more like 6. There's, to be fair, I probably should put in 16, because I almost feel like it is almost always something there at 16, and it's arcane tradition is not the word we want to use. So what we want to do is do I want to call it Sorceress Origin? I don't even know if I want to call it Sorceress Origin. We could call it Sorceress Origin. We could call it something else. Do I really care about that much, though? Is that a big issue? Probably not. Okay, let me see. What do we got here? Got a bounce. Oh, Phil, if you've already gone, all the best. I'll see you later. Cantrips failing spellcasting checks trigger wild magic surge. No, I don't think the cantrips will trigger the wild magic surge. Any other spell would. I feel like the cantrip is the thing they've got down and mastered enough that they don't need to worry about the wild magic surge kicking in. So you could get away with casting those and it'd be all right. Special feature, can travel through a crystal ball. Magic items like... Man, I really like that idea. That's quite cool. Okay, I'm getting distracted, but I'm going to grab that now while I can. Let's grab this idea. This here is really cool. I like this idea. The crystal ball thing is sweet. But this is new features, not old features, and we're dealing with old features today, correct? So we have to drop this down into the notes section, and we have to come back to it. Come on, Fred, get this in there without formatting. Okay. Oh, you got a lot of ideas here, people. That really sort of help. I'm very, very pleased. Okay. All right. So back to our document. Where is the document? Document here. And I was dealing with Sorcerer Origins. Sorceress Origins, Sorcerer Origins. What do I want to call it? Doesn't really matter. Sorceress Origins, Sorcerer Origins. Sorceress. I'll just call it Sorcerer Origins and be done with it. Let's not get too crazy, shall we? Okay. And this bit here, I'm going to get rid of all that, all this, that goes. Sweet. And then actually... Okay, so this is... Well, let's just retype this here. Sorcerer Origin. No, it's not actually Sorcerer Origin, is it? It's actually something else. It's something else. What is it, though? What would you call it? It's not a tradition. It's definitely something else. I want to call it something else. I just don't know what to call it. Okay, so let's get here and let's go with yeah, no, it can be Sorcerer. Yeah, it'll be Sorcerer. Fine, it'll be Sorcerer Origin. Okay. And okay, let's do this. access to the additional skills, abilities, and resources. Your grants you features at 3rd level and again 6th, 10th. Yeah, that's fine. Font of Magic. Well, sorcery points. Really, I don't want it to be. The spell. No, all of that's going because sorcery points are going. I'm getting rid of that completely. Flexible spell casting, creating spell slots, all of that gone. Any spell slot you create which vanishes in a long rest. No, that's all going to go. Get rid of that. Okay. Font of Magic. That there. We can unhighlight this. That's good. Okay. And then, oh, this here's got to go as well. Whoops. And up, up, up. Do I go up any further? Yes, we can. Up, 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 up. There we go. Okay. So that's that bit done. Meta Magic. Got to deal with that in a second or soon enough. Heritage. Sorceress Heritage. Sorcerer Heritage. Actually, I like the word heritage. I get that. That makes Sorcerer Heritage. I don't know about Sorceress Heritage, but Sorcerer Heritage. Yeah, let's do that. Heritage. That's got a nice ring to it. Let's change that out. So that's level 3. Level 10, Sorcerer Heritage. So let's put that into our table now. And here. Sorcerer Heritage. Yeah, I like that. That's cool. Let's do this. So let's copy and paste and change out all of those. So copy. And here, the Meta Magic is there. Wrong place, Fred. Try again. And paste. Heritage. We'll deal with that in a second. Familiar. And paste. Paste. Yep. Heritage. And here. And paste. Heritage. Good. And this one here. And paste. That's heritage. Okay. All right. Getting there. doing fine. Okay, that's fine. That's all that done. Right, next. Drink water. Down, down, down. Spell failure, spell casting, heritage. So we're going to deal with Font of Magic. Got to deal with Meta Magic. And then we've also got to deal with this new mechanic that I want to tie into it. This is new stuff, so leave that alone. That is actually fine. I don't have to change any of that. That can just stay as it is. So we'll just go here and then go bold, underline, brewing this up. That's all fine. Magical guidance. This is a new idea, people. I've ported this over from the optional stuff for the Sorcerer. It's probably not going to look like this. I'll make that clear now. It's not going to look like that. And it may not be at level 5 and probably will not be at level 5. Okay. Going down, 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 down. A little bit further. All this stuff is new. Let us deal with our part of our final Sorcerer feature. So at 20th level, you gain 4 expended sorcery points whenever you finish a long rest. this feature here is useless to us because I'm not going to use sorcery points. We're going to be doing something else. So what we're going to do is port across some of the ideas I've already used before. And giving them an epic boon is certainly that one part of it, but I am copy, paste. What are we doing here? This one? Yeah. So that goes there. This here. All of that can go because that's just not going to even apply. We're putting something else there. Sorceress Restoration. I don't even like the word Sorceress Restoration. I just don't even understand. Why do we have Sorceress Restoration? It's because we're using sorcery points. Okay, so let's have a look at Unearthed Arcana and see if they did anything with sorcery. They put in the Arcane Apothecus. And I haven't really had a chance to have a look at the Arcane Apothecus. So I thought what I would do is I would check it out and see if I like it. And if I don't like it, then I would ditch it and put something else there. So, level 20. Your innate sorcery feature is active. You can use one metamagic option on each of your turns without spending sorcery points on it. That's a level 20 feature? Is that as good as it gets? God, that's awful. While your innate sorcery feature is active, you can use one metamagic option on each of your turns without spending sorcery points on it. So it doesn't recharge. Well, that's something. But so on each of your turns. So you can use a metamagic feature on each of your turns, which I plan to do as a standard thing anyway. Like, that's a standard thing for me. In my head, I'm thinking every turn you have, you get to use metamagic. I'll be shifting some of the metamagic stuff options around, but I want you to be able to use it a lot more than you are. Otherwise, your sorcerer kind of doesn't do very much. Okay. So that feature is a giant pile of shite, if you ask me. I don't like that feature at all. Okay, so what we do is we look at what we have down as notes. No. It needs to be something that's high level, that actually makes sense. And we were talking about making spells, but again, I don't think that's enough. Transforming magic, energy, or damage types is probably not good enough either. I need to come back to this. I think I need to come back to the level 20 feature. And I don't even know that I want to call it this. It needs to be called something else. What's another name for a sorcerer at high level? Like if you were taking a true sight. True sight level 20 is very powerful, but I don't know that it's still adequate for a level 20 feature for our sorcerer. Does it really, when you think about giving a sorcerer at level 20 true sight, does it tell you I am what I'm getting? Does that really mean to you? Think about it. Does that really mean to you that that's what you would get as, you know, the pinnacle of your class? I don't know that I think they would. A hellhound puppy. I think we'll be doing something with the familiars, but it's going to be a little bit different. Let's just get this. Let's do the sorcerer thesaurus. Oh, my brain's gone. Always is. Sorcerer. Another word for sorcerer. Magician, witch, oculist, voodooist, sorcerer, enchanter, enchantress, necromancer, magus. What is another name for sorcerer? And they have a whole bunch of different things. Okay. All right. Let's just highlight this and just say I am not ready to do anything with this. I am not sure what to do with that yet. So we're going to just go yellow it out, because it needs to be something that really stands out for a sorcerer at level 20. And right now, I don't feel like that does it. It's far from what I would consider a level 20 feature, and I can't think of anything else to put there. No, that's that. Oh. Now I know what to put here. I think I got a fairly good idea of what we put here for a sorcerer. Does anybody remember? Have I shown you this slide? I probably haven't. So let me show you the slide, and I'll explain where maybe my head is going with this. Normally, for a level 20 feature, I do not like the idea of creating something that is heavy on combat. Okay, I'm not very keen on doing that sort of thing. It's a pet peeve for me that everything winds up being combat related. But there's a thing about a sorcerer that I think kind of makes sense. And you'll let me know what you think about this idea. So, if you remember, there is a movie called Hellboy, and one of the characters in Hellboy, the movie with Ron Perlman, and I can't remember the actress's name, but there's a woman who explodes with fire. There's a woman who explodes with fire, with magical energy, it seems. It's supposed to be, she just combusts, but she doesn't die. So I feel like it's magical fire, really, because she survives. And then there's another one where you see The Sorcerer's Apprentice, and this actress, and this is her here. This is what she looks like. And she's like a walking time bomb in part of the movie. And what I would like to do is I would like to add in magical bomb. I think that's what we would just call it, magical bomb. Where you survive the blast and you can do this thing, and it's like you just radiate a whole lot of magical fire and just blow a whole friggin' a big hole in a section. So it's not going to be fireball. I think what we need to do is we need to be able to change it so you can adjust it a little bit, so you can put in some different damage types, but it's like an explosion of magical energy. So I don't know how you feel about that, but that's where my mind is going. Not a nuclear bomb, but a magical bomb. We'll put that there as a temporary thing, and I'll write up something for it, because I was thinking about this before I started the stream, and then I forgot. Magical bomb. To be honest, when I thought of magical bomb, I was giggling way too much, so I don't know if I don't know if this is a very good idea. Force Firestorm is one of the magic surges. I think. Is it? It probably is. Force Firestorm. Let's have a look here. I don't know if is there something like that already. Are we duplicating something that already exists? No. You don't see it there. No. Butterflies, polymorph. No. You gain resistant. No. Up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet if you take lightning damage. Okay, that's that one. Is that what you're talking about? Oh, you made it up. Okay, I see what you're saying here. So let's write up an ability which allows our sorcerer to just explode once a day. I think that would be quite entertaining. Is at level 20, boom. So at 20th level, your magical power has become so strong that at at 20th level, your magical power has become so strong. Is that how I've got a little bit more time there? Cool. At 20th level, your magical power has become so strong that you can choose to explode with explode. Let's just say that. Explode. There we go. You can explode. All creatures within all creatures within this is going to be entertaining. All creatures within 40 feet. Let's make it a bit bigger. 40 feet or 30 feet? Within a 30 feet radius, take. Now, it needs to be something fairly ruthless. I think it needs to be something fairly ruthless. This, if you were to activate this, this is going to cause a bit of problems for your player characters as well. 30 feet, and what's a good number? 8, 10, and take 10d6 damage of your choice. Damage. Okay, you can't use this feature. You can only use this feature once per day. Now, I'm just trying to think about this. When you have a feature that's like this, is there a temptation to decide that because it's so good and so strong that we will take a long rest after every time I use the damn thing in a battle? This is one of the problems, right? Is every time somebody finishes a battle, there's that temptation to go and take a rest. And a lot of, if the features are built around that, that'll tend to be what happens. So, I'm just trying to think in terms of what that would look like. Is this a feature that they would decide is better to do because there's no spellcasting check. There's no spellcasting check, people. You just take the damage. It's a guaranteed, and it's D6, 10d6. So it's like Fireball, but not as. It's like Fireball, and it covers a bigger area. So there's a problem right there. Okay. You can only use this feature once per day. I think that's fine. Do I tone it down? 30 feet. Do I tone it down and make it an 8d6? 8d6. 30 feet radius. Make it 20 feet radius, so it's not as good as Fireball. So they would choose Fireball over doing this, but the benefits of this are the following. Let's put in another part of this that needs to be there. So let's include so when your magical bomb is magical bong. Try not to go with a bong. When your magical bong, that's okay. Magical bomb. So let's go here. You are not affected by your magical bomb's damage. Okay. I think that's what we put in there. Is there anything that I've missed that I need to include into it to make sure that it's going to work? I don't want you to be able to exclude allies because I don't think that would be a bad idea. 60 feet. Oh my God. You've got some interesting comments here. Force damage or fire damage. AoE. Make it big. Wow. 60 feet. Sure. We don't often see Fred Huber saying, make it bigger. Make it more impressive. Let's blow the hell out of things. Force or fire damage. I am actually thinking damage of your choice. I don't know that it necessarily needs to be just that. It could be radiant damage. It could be whatever. I'm actually quite happy to leave it very open. So... AoE, center on the Sorcerer, but not including the Sorcerer. No. So, all the creatures within 30 feet... okay, so all creatures within... Now, have you go 60 feet radius? No, I think it must be 30 feet radius, right? 30 feet radius is 60 feet. It's pretty big. It's pretty big. all creatures within... I don't know. You're going to tell me. I think this is probably too much. It's funny as hell though. 30 feet radius, take 10d6 of your choice. You are not affected by your magical bomb's damage. Your allies will be. Centered on the sorcerer. Okay, centered on the sorcerer. I need to state that, don't I? All creatures within 30 feet radius of the sorcerer take of your choice. Okay. All right. That's it. Goes around corners and through walls. Oh, I don't think so. I think going through a wall is a bad idea. Going around corners, okay. You are not affected by your magical one. Okay, so let's go here. The magical bombs. Effect is bombs blast. Okay, blast, I guess. Blast. Bombs blast. Blast is not affected by cover by partial cover. Okay, sure, I've got that in. I'm fine with that. I mess with the rest of the PCs that taking excessive rests. I'm sure that you do. I'm just thinking that turning this on is going to cause a bit of a hassle for the other players. DM needs to make long rests impossible, dangerous, or costly. Why would anyone not want to long rest and after every fight blow themselves up? I think you're right, Derp. Do it in increments. 1, disintegration. 2, maximum damage. 3, can use power only every 24 hours. I think 24 hours is done. Once per day. You can only use this feature once per day. Or every 24 hours. To be honest, I'm putting this feature in. I really want the players to blow themselves up, their sorcerer up, and then burn the snot out of the other characters. Magic bong can summon a cloud of smoke, obscures targets in the area. Yeah, no, that was a mistake on my part. Sorry about that. Once per dawn, when your magical bong goes off. Name suggest conflagration. Conflagration. Why are we using the word conflagration? I'm not entirely sure why we think that. Is that a better name for this? Conflagration. What is that? Fire, blaze, firestorm. Let's do this again. Define. Maybe that'll help me figure out what this is all about. Define. An extensive fire which destroys a great deal of land or property. Oh, I see. I just want to call it magical bomb. Do you know? Because it just feels like you just blew yourself up. Hello, Calrel. How you doing? Hello, Derp. Derp is a patron. Thank you for being here. Yeah, so Derp, I'm putting this feature in, but I'm probably going to leave it yellow. Frankly, I am unsure. I still want them to be able to blow themselves up, but I see the problem of giving them something that they can potentially do and then just take a long rest, for sure. By making its damage output similar to a fireball, it's really just you get an extra fireball a day, isn't it? So I would think the damage is pure magic damage, and one is completely immune. Phoenix Blast. Okay, I like Phoenix Blast more. Oh, come on, Fred, get it. Blast. To be fair, I like Phoenix Blast more. That's true. Sorcerer should be a performance like that. Use the big stupid words. An extensive fire destroys a great deal of land or property. Sells apart and raises from the ashes. Oh my god, that would be funny. That would be hilarious. Oh yes, let's do that. Let's write that as this. Okay, I need to go to the toilet, but I want to write this in because this is really, really hilarious. Okay, at 20th level, your magical power has become so strong that you can choose to explode. All creatures within 30 feet, within a 30 feet radius of the sorcerer, take 10d6 damage of your choice. The magical blast is not affected. The magical okay. So let's. I'm gonna just leave the damage. I'm gonna leave the damage to you choose what damage type. I don't care about that. The Phoenix Blast is not affected by partial cover, but is blocked by total cover. Okay, that's better. You are affected. You are affected by your okay. The Sorcerer, oh my god, is affected by the let's just do this. Come on. Phoenix Blast and is turned to ash. Okay, all right, so this is getting a bit nuts. Okay, so now, do we have a time limit? How long should it take to reform as your sorcerer after you blow yourself to ash? And has to gather their equipment and get dressed. Oh dear. Here's the thing: we do not want to destroy all their gear. That's probably going to be something they'll be very upset by. So, a large egg. Next round. All right, I see where we're going with this. A large egg forms. I don't know why I'm doing this. Large egg forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal a large egg. Magically forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal the sorcerer with full hit points and all of their equipment. Oh, jeez. A large magical egg forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal the sorcerer with full hit points and all their equipment. I think we should make it not next round. I think we should make it a little, give them a bit of time. It's like a Hail Mary maneuver, really. Let's make it a Hail Mary maneuver. Their stuff is all on the ground and their feet. Okay, they can be in a protective egg to get fully healed and generate body with no scarring. Okay, so let's. Okay, a large magical egg forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal the sorcerer with full hit points and all their equipment. 1 hour later. No. I think it would be even funnier to make it 24 hours later, the next day. Why don't we do it the next day? You can only use this feature once per day. A large egg magically forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal the sorcerer with full hit points and all their equipment. 1 hour later? No, I don't know. I don't think so. Let's the next day. I think that's much more entertaining. Hello, big kidder. You all are crazy, I know. Look, okay. I've been eating chili. I'm not sensible, Fred. Hang on. Have I really ever been that sensible? I'm going a bit nuts. Being crazy is a requirement for being a DM. It is. It really is. If the Phoenix Blaster is used daily, the chances of the vortex portal opening increases, which sucks at everybody. Okay, I'm getting really silly. I know I am. But let's think about this in terms of a feature. It is probably going to get used as a Hail Mary maneuver. So let us make it a Hail Mary maneuver. Okay? It is powerful, but it's not that powerful. At level 20, you can do Meteor Swarm. You can cast Meteor Swarm. But there's a spell casting check. This requires no spell casting check. Meteor Swarm is far more powerful. Do the Sorcerer get this Meteor Swarm? I'm pretty sure they do. Let me have a look. They get Meteor Swarm. Sorcerers get Meteor Swarm. Meteor Swarm is much more powerful than this. So if they manage to pull off the spell casting check, that would do more damage. This is hilarious. Okay. I almost feel like a D10 is probably even not enough. We could go as high as a D20, couldn't a D10 20 D6. We could go as high as 20 D6, and it would still not be as powerful and nutty as Meteor Swarm. If I read out what Meteor Swarm take point every fight, it might well be, but it would be hilarious. You got to remember, you're level 20 now. You can cast Meteor Swarm. It's a 9th level spell. You have a 50-50 chance probably at that point in casting that spell and getting it to come off. And what does Meteor Swarm do? I'm just going to remind you what Meteor Swarm does, which is far more powerful than this. Blazing orbs of fire plummet to the ground at 4 different points. So you get 4 of them. You can see within range. Each creature in a 40-foot radius sphere. 40-foot radius, not 30-foot radius, but a 40-foot radius sphere centered on each point you choose must make a dexterity saving throw. So there is a chance, right, that they will save. But even if they save, it doesn't matter. Because listen, the sphere spreads around corners. A creature takes 20 d6 fire damage. And not just that, also 20 d6 bludgeoning damage on a failed save. Half as much damage on a successful one. A creature in the area of more than one fiery burst is affected only once. So, this spell damages objects in the area and ignites flammable objects that aren't being worn or carried. So, given the fact that Meteor Swarm exists, and it can do up to 40 d6 worth of damage. Half of that is fire, half of that is bludgeoning. That is if you fail the save. If you succeed on the save, you still take half that, which is 20d6. Half fire, half bludgeoning. This feature is not that bad. This feature, honestly, it's not that bad. It's not going to get used every single time because, like, you would also damage everybody else around you. It's not going to... You can't take your allies out of the blast radius. It's not a spell. It's a feature. Does that make sense? So Meteor Swarm is much, much worse. But so I'm actually tempted. Let's do this. This is gonna be funny. A large egg magically forms in the air, cracking open to reveal it. 1 hour later. We don't have to go 24 hours later because honestly, even if you did this, this wouldn't be as bad as Meteor Swarm. A Meteor Swarm has still got a 50-50 chance of success or failure in doing something. And yeah. And if we're not using saving throws, and I'm not using saving throws, then heck, it's probably going to do 40d6. 40d6 worth of damage if it goes off. If it doesn't go off, it's going to do nothing. So I'm of the opinion that Phoenix Blast is actually not that bad. I would say it's fine. I don't know about making the range a mile, but that would be hilarious. Because that would just wipe out a lot of shit. Oh, good Lord. It would not matter. Let's just do that. 1 mile, 1 mile radius, not feet. Oh dear. It's only 10d6 at level 20. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Man, we just increased the range from 60 foot radius to 100 to a 1 mile radius. Boom. Like, good Lord. I'm now going to wait around for that that sorcerer to show up in that bloomin' egg. That's hilarious. It would use every fight. No, it simply wouldn't, because there are better things. You could drop a fireball and not wind up blowing yourself up for an hour. Do you know what I mean? Sorry, people, I'm losing it. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to unhighlight it. I'm going to go take a break. I need to take a break. I'm clearly out of my mind. I can't believe that I've done this, but I've done it. Here it is. I've written it up. I'm going to show you, and then I'm going to take a break. Phoenix Blast. At 20th level, your magical power has become so strong that you can choose to explode. All creatures within 1 mile radius of the sorcerer take 10d6 damage of your choice. The Phoenix Blast is not affected by partial cover, but is blocked by total cover. The sorcerer is affected by the Phoenix Blast and is turned to ash. A large egg magically forms in the ash, cracking open to reveal the sorcerer with full hit points and all their equipment 1 hour later. You can only use this feature once per day or every 24 hours. Okay, so there we go. That's probably not going to be clear enough, is it? You can only use this feature once per day. After a long rest. Let's put that in there. After a long rest. There we go. That's cleared it up. I think that's going to be fairly easy to adjudicate. In addition, you get an epic boon. Oh, do not Do not take the sorcerer with you. It's just going to cause too much problems. And a 1 mile radius, all the bird life is dead. All the animals have died. The landscape's burnt to a cinder. All the trees are gone. Oh dear. Okay, all right. I'm going to need to take a break, come back, and deal with the next thing. Um, that was funny. I wasn't really intending to get as nutty as that, but if it felt like a sorcerer, this feels like a level 20 sorcerer feature. This definitely feels like a level 20 sorcerer feature. Hilarious too. Okay, I'll be back 5 minutes or less. Shit. Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's see. Here we go. We're back into this. Um, so for those of you who don't know, I've just created a feature that allows the sorcerer to blow themselves up, vaporizing everything within a mile. Well, not really vaporizing everything, but most of the normal animals and all the familiars will be dead. It will incinerate all the familiars. just, uh, okay, okay. So calm down. Big Kid is a patron and a moderator. Thank you for being here. All the small little animals in the forest are gone. just watching. Okay, there are very few people who really care about what I'm doing right now. I get the distinct feeling that I just don't see what silly shit I'm gonna do. Okay, Ugly Weirdo, thank you for being here, by the way. Sorcerer should be performative like that. Stupid. Yes. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's move on. Let's keep doing this. Shit, man. I laugh so hard. Okay, anyway, can't do that. I need to actually keep my voice. And I'm not only part way through this. So I need to actually do something with the next bit. Now, I did not put in anything. I was mentioning Wild Magic Surge was going to be a thing that I wanted to use. But I actually have not incorporated that into the spell casting process for the Sorcerer. So I need to do that. So let's do that. Let's do that right now. We need to have and then I have to create the table because I can't even use the same table exactly because that's not going to work. That's going to be a problem. Anyway, back to spell casting, since I'm not allowed to be working on anything but the old stuff, and that means I have to do meta magic too, people. I know. Okay, so we've got this, and this spell casting. We've got that. Oh god, there's a fly flying around. I'm just going to open the door. It's just the fly might fly away then. Otherwise, it's just not going to go. There we go. Sorry about that. Okay, so see if the fly will just fly off. Leave me alone. Next, spell casting failure. We've got that sorted out. Casting a spell. Here we go. So, casting spells. The Sorcerer table shows how many spells you learn how to cast from your Sorcerer spells of 0 level and higher. To cast a spell, you must have selected it as a learned or known spell. You can only cast spells of the level that you know. That's all fine. Next. When you cast a spell of first level or higher, you must roll. Here we go. And we must roll. Now, where is this? Had that there. No. Okay, page marked. Good. There we go. You must roll a percentile roll percentile dice and consult the now magic surge. I'll just call it magic surge. Magic surge table for the secondary effect. Okay. Hello, Negative Space. How you doing? I like the idea of the Sorcerer being different than Wizards, but the only idea Wizard Coast came up with was the 3.5. Their spell slots work differently, and in 5e they gave them a meta magic and a class feature instead. Yeah, I don't. I'm not really fond of that. This is why I think the Wild Magic Surge table is the way to go. Every time you cast a spell, something is going to happen. Okay, when you cast a spell of first level or higher, you must roll a percentile dice and consult the magic surge table for the secondary effect. So effect. Even if the spell casting check fails. So it's still going to happen. You're going to still have to roll on that table. Even if you try to cast a spell and you fail to cast that spell, you're still rolling on this. Okay. So that's that bit. I need to actually make a table for this, don't I? And it's going to be a bloomin' big one at that. I'm just having a look to just see how easy it is going to be to transfer all of that into a table. I think a table, they've got it in 2 rows. I think it's probably not going to make much sense. I'm going to make it just a one row dice number thing at the top. That's probably the easiest way to deal with that. Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest way. There's a lot of cutting and pasting, and it's not a lot of brain. So I'll do the magic surge table later. I won't do that now. I think I'll do that later. I think that's probably a better idea. But that is that clear? What's going on there? Learning new spells, casting spells, cantrips. Yeah. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's all fine. Which means, where are we now? Font of Magic. I don't want to do anything with Font of Magic right now, so I'm going to leave it alone. So I'm going to just put I think Font of Magic. I almost feel like Font of Magic I could just delete, but I'll think about it a bit more. Okay, Meta Magic. Let's deal with Meta Magic, which is probably not going to be level 3. My general feeling is that Meta Magic it's when you're gaining control of things. Like you're getting your shit together. You know what you're doing with magic now. So you can actually affect things. And so let's see. At 3rd level, it's not going to be 3rd level. You gain the ability to twist your spells to suit your needs. You gain 2 of the following meta magic options of your choice. That's fine. You gain another one at level 10 and 17. It's not going to be level 10. You can use only 1 meta magic option on a spell when you cast it, unless otherwise stated. That's another thing. I think that being able to double up is going to go. So here we go. So let's go here. You can only use 1 meta magic option on a spell when you cast it per turn. That's it. So I'm getting rid of spell points and getting rid of the spell cost or anything like that. What I'm doing is saying that every turn, if you want to use meta magic at a particular level, you can. I think that's where we go. Wand of Wonder, the Wand of Wonder table, you reckon? It's a little bit like that, I know. But tell you, man, it is fun as hell to play. Of feet, and some reason they gave them a different spell. Okay. All right. There is a 10,000 wild surge table you can download. I think that's a bit much. I made a separate, smaller and weaker wild magic table for when they cast cantrips. Okay. I wanted cantrips to be a safe bet. Could make a different table for each spell. You could, but that's Dungeon Crawl Classics. I don't think we're going to do that. That's too complicated. I don't want to do that kind of complexity, so we'll leave that alone. So you can use 1 meta magic option on your spell that you have every turn if you want to. So now we have to actually go through all of this and deal with that. But we also need to determine what level are we bringing in meta magic. And I think I had done that already. So let's have a look at our table. Now level 5 is where you start getting pretty powerful. But is it powerful enough that we want to just start using meta magic? Or does level 7 feel like a better time? I'm inclined to think that meta magic is better than having a familiar. And I would prefer to be able to give them a familiar at level 5 rather than level 7. So I will shift meta magic. Cut. And then we'll go here. Paste, is it? Paste, paste, paste. Meta magic. Let's make it level 7. Then level 11. And then the next level. So I think that is probably a better idea. So meta magic here is 2. Whoopsies, 2. Metamagic 3. You will have 3 there. And then Metamagic 4 at level 17. That's better. Okay, so 7, 11, 17. 7, 11, 17. Yeah, okay. That's right. 7, 11, 17. Uh, 11, 17. So we're pushing Metamagic a little bit further on. Actually, right now that we've done that, let's add in the because I don't want to forget it, because I know we were talking about it. Let's see if I can find the. We had a wizard familiar at level 9. We're going to give the sorcerer their familiar much sooner. We're going to do this. Where is it supposed to go though? Okay, where are my spaces? Not 13. I'm going to get it at level 5. We're going to give them one at level 5. I feel like they're more a familiar sort of person, so let's give them at level 5. They get familiar, not level 13. That's too late. That's not a level 13 feature. Not at all. So level 5 is where we want it to live. So and sorcerer. This is a new feature, so I won't work on it, okay? Instead, I will just highlight it and know that I have to come back and I have to do something with it, because we'll do something with it. Okay, so that's going to be level 5. 5th level, sorcerer familiar. All right, that's better. Okay, all right, sorcerer familiar. I've added that in. Cool. What do you got here? We could make a different table for each spell level. I don't remember them making any negative effects for the cantrips. Well, magic. I think they only put in 3 negative effects in my list for 10. For 100 for level spells. Okay. You're going to get different metas at different levels. Yeah, but I think we're pushing some of it a little bit later. There's some of them that I think that just need to be somewhere else. That they shouldn't be actually Metamagic, that you can choose that way. Yeah, I don't know about starting with a familiar. I'm certainly open to the idea of getting rid of this font of magic and giving it to them at level 2. But not at level 1. Spell casting, yeah. But I'm certainly open to giving the familiar, instead of it being a familiar at level 5, I'm certainly open to the idea of doing something else with it and putting it in at level 2. So let's So let's move the sorcerer familiar to level 2, but I'm not putting it level 1. Cut. Font of magic, I think, is dead meat. Paste. Level 2. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So now I just got to find familiar and reposition it again at 2nd level. And we've got to go there, go cut. Oh, come on, don't do that. The whole thing, Fred. Select the whole thing, cut. What am I doing? Heritage, Oh, the font of magic's going. So that doesn't matter. Let's just get rid of this thing. It's not going to be any point having that thing. And let's put it here. Paste. Okay, it's level 2. Okay, there. All right. And then we'll let's leave it highlighted because I want to change it a little bit. Okay. I like the idea of giving them a familiar early on. I'm all right with that. Giving them a choice. I don't want this list to be like the wizard. I want the choices to be very different. So I'll come back to this one for those of you who are wondering. Okay, so now let's deal with meta magic. Oh, I've done that. I've done this. I've done this. Okay, and I just need to start putting some stuff in. Careful spell. So I have a lot of problems with how careful spell works. The problem with careful spell is it never does what people were intending it to do. Like they were hoping that they could exclude their allies from the blast or from the area effect, and they simply can't do that. And that's a problem. Because careful spell sort of suggests that it works a little bit like the evocation wizard's ability, and it doesn't. It's not really that careful. And it's confusing. So I don't want it to be confusing, and I do still want it to be a feature that makes sense to people. So for me, careful spell is a feature that can live in, what do you call it? It can live in the lower levels. I'm all right with that. So we'll do that. So careful spell, bold underline. When you cast a spell, it forces other creatures to make a... No. So here is where we need to get rid of it. When you cast a spell... When you cast a spell... that includes other creatures. That's all I need to have. You can protect some of those creatures from the spells some of those creatures from the spell's effect. Get rid of the spell. Not spinning a spell. This is going here. You can choose a number of those creatures. Okay. You can choose a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1 creature. That are not affected by the area of effect spell. Forget about this. Just eliminate them. There's none of this saving throw nonsense. Just eliminate them. Okay, so does that make sense? When you cast a spell that includes other creatures, you can protect some of those creatures from the spell's effect. You choose a number of creatures up to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1 creature, that are not affected by the area of effect spell. That's it. That's it. There's no advantage. There's none of that other nonsense going on. You just get to pick a number of individuals, which will probably be your allies. And this is a feature you would be able to do or pick or select at level 7. That to me seems perfectly fine. Yeah, no, I don't want you to pick it out. Yeah, it is chirping. The door is open to my house. I will close the door. I have birds chirping outside. We're going into summer, and it's not a bad day. I can close the door. Negative space, let me know, do I need to close the door so there's no more chirping? Because there are chirping birds. I live in New Zealand. It's a green place. Okay? Most of the noises that I hear are my neighbours doing their things or birds chirping. So, birds chirping today. Here we go. So, you can use that effect. That's fine. Distance spell. I'm actually fine with distance spell too. As a meta magic, I think it's actually a great option. Let's include that little sucker. When you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can spend 1 sorcery point to double the range. No. Okay. So, you can. So, when you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can just double it. You can double the range of the spell. That's it. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can make the spell, the range of the spell 30 feet. This makes very little sense, because if you have a spell, here's the problem with this mechanic and why I don't like it. If you have a spell that has a range of 10 feet, so for example, maybe you decided you're going to use a distance spell on your Ray of Frost cantrip, and it has a range that's quite short, you know. Actually, a better example would be poison spray. So maybe you're using poison spray and use distance spell on it. It's got a range of 10 feet, now it's 20 feet, but yet a touch spell has a range of 30 feet. That's going to suck. This is where the problem would lie with distance spell. So we need to fix that problem. When you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can double the range of the spell. And they're pushing it to 30 feet because 30 feet is kind of like a good range for some stuff, right? I'm not annoyed by the birds nesting in my barn, as I live in a trailer in the barn while building my house. No problems, good to know. I also think the familiar should always be the same. I don't mind birds chirping. It's winter here. Okay, we will leave the birds chirping. I do agree that you should have to select a familiar and you stay with it. I get it. By the PC level. By the PC's level, I don't know that we necessarily need to do that. I think what we can do, the problem is with spells that are shorter than 30 feet, since distance spell is supposed to be something useful. What we need to have is a minimum. I think we need to have a minimum, so that if you have a spell that is touch, you get 30 feet. If you get a spell that says only a range of 10 feet, instead of getting 20 feet, it's a minimum of 30 feet. So let's go here. Minimum of 30 feet. I think that solves the problem there. Let's just push everything to 30 feet or more. When you cast a spell that has a range of 5 feet or greater, you can double the range of the spell, minimum of 30 feet. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can make the range of the spell 30 feet. Yes, actually, that's probably a better way of saying it, isn't it? When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, no, we're probably going to have to distinguish that. Of 5 feet or under, you can double the range of the spell. Okay. You can increase the range to 30 feet or double the range of the spell whichever is higher. When you cast a spell that has a range of touch, you can make the range of the spell 30 feet. Okay, that's that. Now, Empower Spell. Empower Spell is pretty strong. Let's get real. If you're going to do anything with a spell and you can make it do what this Empower Spell does, that's pretty good. Okay, it is a... You can use Empower Spell even if you're already using different... No, that's gone. Getting rid of that. You get to use one meta magic type at a time, not going to be doubling things up. I think that's where things get busted and you start blowing lots of spell points and you wind up with spells just wrecking stuff. I think we've covered it. I think that covers it all right. It'll be all right. That's fine. So, Empowered Spell. When you roll a damage dice for a spell, you can re-roll. Let's just get rid of the spell points. You can re-roll a number of the damage dice up to your charisma modifier, minimum of 1. You must use the new rolls. That's it. That's fine. And nothing particularly hugely powerful about Empowered Spell. So let's go here. Extended Spell. So when you cast a spell that has a duration of 1 minute or longer, you can double its duration. Double its duration to a maximum duration of 24 hours. There we go. Okay. Right, so Heightened Spell, I'm getting rid of it. I'm getting rid of Heightened Spell completely. If you are very attached to Heightened Spell, sorry, but it's gone. Next, Subtle Spell. Now, for me, Subtle Spell. I'm going to grab this. Darn it. Subtle Spell. Try again. What am I doing? Try again. One more time. Bold, underline. When you cast a spell, you can cast it without any somatic or verbal components. Now, that there are some spells that have a somatic component and a verbal component and also a material component. And we're only really eliminating the somatic and verbal component. Now, one of the things that I have considered is there are certain spells that have material component, and so if it has a material component but it doesn't have a somatic spell, but you're still going to have the somatic component, if you're holding on to your... So if you're holding on to a spell casting focus, it's kind of giving away the fact that you're casting a spell. That's one of the things that I've found. And that can be a bit of a problem, because the idea of Subtle Spell is to be able to cast a spell without somebody noticing. That's what you're ultimately trying to achieve. And if you have to have material component, now the problem is if we include material components, there are certain spells that have a material component which is quite costly, and if you don't have to use a material component for a spell that requires a 100 gold piece pearl, like Identify, then, well, geez, that makes life a lot easier. Imagine you could use this and suddenly cast a spell that has, a component cost of 500 gold pieces or something. So this is where the problem lies. So it's really about, it's only going to be suitable for certain types of spells. How many spells do we have that it's likely to be affected by? Well, it means you can cast Acid Splash without too much trouble. You can't cast Aid. I don't know, can a sorcerer cast Aid anyway? Because you've got a material component to it. You can't cast Alarm because there's a material component, but you're not really going to be trying to do that subtly anyway. Setting up Alarm. Aid, probably not. It's an 8-hour duration. You're probably not going to be doing that in combat necessarily. You might, maybe you will. Alter Self, not going to affect Alter Self. You could do that and pull it off. That's where we're probably lying at, Disguise Self, Alter Self, but it's the enchantment spells ultimately that we need to worry about, right? Animal Friendship is a verbal, somatic, and material. So it's going to affect that. You wouldn't be able to necessarily get away with very much because you still need to have a morsel of food or your spell focus with you in your hand. You've got to have the spell focus still. So it's not going to really help against Animal Friendship. Is the animal going to really know that you're casting a spell though? Animal Messenger is affected as well. Animal Shapes you can do no problem. Animate Dead, that's got a material component, so it won't work with that. Animate Objects. Okay, all right, so there's a few things. There's going to be a spread. Which are the spells that I think are going to be affected the most? The ones that we're trying to sort of make subtle, and that's what players are trying to do. Smite, no. Bane. Bane would be one that you would want to do subtly, but you wouldn't be able to because it wouldn't work, because there's a material component. Banishment wouldn't work, but then, Beacon of Hope you could. Beast Sense you could, but who cares? Bestow Curse. You could get away with bestowing a curse and not being noticed. That would be interesting. Subtle Overcoming Silence is a big problem if the availability between 7th level... Hang on. Okay. If it is available before 7th level, because it effectively briefly... Yeah, but it's not available till level 7 anyway. You wouldn't be able to get access to Subtle Spell until level 7. So we've already shifted it, so I don't think it's a problem. Bless, you wouldn't be able to do that. Well, you don't get Bless as a sorcerer anyway, do you? Blade Ward, Blowing Smite, Blur, Bling, Smite, Call Lightning. You could do Call Lightning if you wanted to. Charm Person. Here we go. This is the one that most sorcerer characters or players are trying to pull off. They want to use Charm Person, has a somatic and a verbal component. They can now do it, and they can't be detected. They just charmed them. Because otherwise it's hard to disguise what you're doing. Oh, I know you're casting a spell. What sort of spell are you casting? Do you know what I mean? So it will work with Charm Person. Subtle spell, fine. Good. Next. Chill. No. Clairvoyancy. Wouldn't work with Clairvoyancy. I don't know if you get it anyway. Command. It would work with Command. Do you get Command as a sorcerer? It's only got a verbal component, so that would work. That'd be fine. What else? Compel Jill. You could pull off Compel Jill. That'd be fun. Great. Conjuring. You can conjure some things, but not everything. So a lot of the conjuring spells would work with, but not everything. That's fine. What else? Control water. No, that's not what. What's another spell I need to make a mark of? Counterspell. You could counterspell and somebody would not be aware that you're counterspelling. I really don't like that spell very much, but it's not that it's not a good spell. It's just too good. What else have we got here? Create Undead. You couldn't do that disguising it. Crown of Madness you could. What else? No. Disintegrate. Disguise Self. It's verbal and somatic, so you could pull that off and it would be fine. Good. All right. Dominate Person. You could pull that off. Dominate Monster. You can pull that off. Okay, so I think... What's another one? What's another spell that that's probably enchantment that you would want somatic to be able to work with? That you get as a sorcerer. Does anybody remember? You're probably mentioning stuff and I can't see it in the chat. That'll be what it is. No, I'm still looking through here to make sure I got this. Fear, you couldn't pull off fear. That won't work. Got a material component. It's not going to work. Find familiar. Don't worry about that. Fireball, you couldn't pull that off, which is fine. What else? What else? What else? What else? What else? Glib. No gate. Friends. Friends, you wouldn't be able to pull. Oh, yeah, because it's a material component, so it wouldn't work with friends. It's a real simple spell. It gets to cantrip, but it wouldn't work. Okay. Gentle repose. Not going to be an issue. You're not going to be using it for that anyway, are you? You wouldn't be subtly casting that spell. So, well, there's plenty of options. It's just whether they are all the options that you're most likely to be selecting. Haste wouldn't work. Hold person would not work. Hold monster would not work. Okay, interesting. Hypnotic pattern, no. Identify doesn't matter. Legend Lord, jump, knock. You could do knock, but who cares? Jump, who cares? Magic missile, you could do. You could cast a magic missile and you wouldn't be detected. And mage hand, so that would be all right. Message, no, would not work. Mending wouldn't work, but then I don't think you'd care. Who would care? I don't think I would care. You wouldn't care. No. Modify memory. Modify memory, you could pull off modify memory. Minor illusion, you would not be able to pull off. Unfortunate. Okay. Misty step, you could. Mislead would work. Okay, so there are. I feel like generally the spells that you're most likely going to be wanting to use and make them subtle are going to actually be effective with the spells that are available in the game. So generally, even prestidigitation, you could pull it off with prestidigitation, which is great. Awesome. So I think generally that's all right. They're not all the illusion spells or all of the enchantment spells are going to work. But I would say the big ones are pretty much there. So we're reasonably all right. So I would say subtle spell can live there quite nicely. Quicken spell, I have a big problem with quicken spell for a couple of different reasons. One, because quicken spell is such a good thing. It is also a bonus action thing. Like you can change the casting time of quicken spell. Now you might be thinking, yeah, but Fred, that 5e uses actions and bonus actions. You want to be able to cast more than one spell, and quicken spell is like, this is what we're trying to do. Ultimately, that's what we want to be able to do, is we want to be able to cast more than one type of spell. We want to get rid of that one action so we can get two spells in. I've always felt that quicken spell and twin spell, both those spells are a bit of a problem. Now, the reason why I think they are a bit of a problem is that they do allow you to cast two spells. Casting spells is a big deal. They are probably by far the strongest meta magics out there. Out of all of them, quicken spell and twin spell, particularly twin spell, probably the strongest meta magic you've got. So what I would like to do is I would like to do an adjustment, either delete it or adjust it heavily, because I think it needs to work very differently to what we're actually trying to do. And it also sort of treads on the toes of other things. So twin spell, this spell here, I think what we're going to do is, do I really want to do this? When you cast a spell that has a casting time of one action, you can spend 2 sorcery points to cast a spell as a bonus action for this casting. I'm inclined to get rid of it. I'm inclined to get rid of quicken spell completely. I think quicken spell is a problem. When you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can spend a number of sorcery points equal to your spell's level to target a second creature in range with the same spell. One sorcery point of the spell is a cantrip. So that's Twin Spell, and they've redone that. Okay, all right. Now that I'm sitting here, I'm thinking about it. Quicken Spell. Yeah, exactly. Quicken Spell goes away if I'm not using bonus actions and I don't want to engage in the bonus action stuff. It eliminates it. Do you know why I have a problem with Quicken Spell? Is the fact that there aren't a lot of bonus action spells. Let's get real. There's not a lot of bonus action spells out there. So, but here's the problem. When you increase the number of spells that can be cast as a bonus action, you really change the whole magic system too much. It is so much more than you had before. I know because I've used Quicken Spell and Twin Spell before. And I can tell you now, I think that is a mistake. It is not such a big deal if you only have a handful that you can count on one hand or two hands of bonus action spells that are written down in your book. But now you can turn anything into a bonus action spell because most spells are one action. And I think that's where things get a little bit silly. And it caused, I don't know how many times it's caused confusion at my table. People get confused between, okay, if I turn something like Magic Missile, I want to turn Magic Missile or Fireball. Quite often I want to turn Fireball into a bonus action, and they cast the bonus action spell, and then they say, I want to cast another Fireball or something else that's just as powerful, or doing something else that isn't a cantrip, and they get confused, and we get these arguments. I tell you, it's happened to me more than a few times. It literally does. Spellcasters are already really powerful. Sorcerers are really powerful. Quicken Spell, I know traditionally in metamagic it has existed, but I honestly think it's probably better for it to die right here today, because it really is just kind of duplicating what Twin Spell is trying to do. So we're going to ditch it. We're going to ditch it. Let's get rid of it. Solve a whole lot of hassles and arguments at the table that were going on before. I think we just remove it. Okay, next, Seeking Spell. If you make an attack roll for a spell and miss, you can spend 2. So this is not really going to apply. Seeking Spell, really, you know, and I don't want Seeking Spell to give you advantage on a spell casting check, because that would be too good. It would be too easy to use that every single time, because you could use metamagic every turn, as I've pointed out. So Seeking Spell is dead, gone. I think that needs to go. Transmute Spell. This here I actually consider to be incredibly powerful. These two features here, even if I rewrite them, don't make a good choice to be options in the metamagic. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 options, and Twin Spell is always the go-to. Out of everybody, always gets Twin Spell first, usually. Transmute Spell is great. I get it. Again, I'm kind of very reluctant to sort of make it a thing unless there's like a level restriction when you can select it. When you select it, that makes it a bit different. Maybe Quicken Spell should instead say you can immediately cast a cantrip after casting a level spell this turn. You know what I could live with it. You know what I could live with if we were to retain Quicken Spell. Let's say we retained Quicken Spell. What would it look like? Undo. 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 So let's say we keep Quicken Spell and get rid of Seeking Spell, because that. If we really want to go Quicken Spell and keep it, let's say we do. I could live with the following, I think, and I think most game masters could. but we have to make it look like this. So that it can't be exploited, that is. And I would say bold underline. When you cast a spell that has a casting time of 1 action and is a cantrip, you can so you can cast 2 cantrip spells that have a casting time of 1 action. I think that's how it probably should read. That's better. Quicken spell. 2 quick cantrips. Pop, pop, pop. But even with that, I think it needs to have a level requirement. And the level requirement, I think I think level 11 is probably when we want to do that. When you cast 2 cantrip spells, 2 cantrips. You can cast 2 cantrip spells that have a casting time of 1 action. This meta magic option is only available at sorcerer, not character level, sorcerer level. So that means you'd have to be just pure sorcerer. And not that I want there to be what do you call it? What's the word? What am I saying? Multi-classing I'm not really trying to build into this, but if you were to try to do that, it just wouldn't be an option. Level 11. So you're not going to get it level 7, but you might get it at level 11. I can live with that at level 11. 2 cantrips at level 11. It's not going to rock the boat. It really isn't. So this meta magic option is only available at sorcerer level 11. This meta magic option is only available when your sorcerer level available at 11th level sorcerer. I can live with it now. I could live with it. Okay, what do you got here? Transmute under your spell fail system. Just have it push the DC up. I don't know about that. Damage rather than do damage on 2 targets when it is clear that you can't cast another level spell and cantrip doesn't. Yes, I got that. Maybe you can say that if the spell uses a meta magic fails. No, I don't think so. Meta magic change fireball to ice, including look, transmutation of damage type. I actually think needs to be. I don't think this should be meta magic. I think it should be a class feature for a sorcerer. So I know that they have it as a thing that you can do as terms of meta magic, but I actually think that this here should be situated at a point where it would be useful to you, okay? Because it's too good an option. I found that being able to change the damage type of a spell is just too useful. It's really, really useful. It's super useful. It's a no-brainer. So it needs to be something that you can't pick up easily. I actually think it should be a class feature rather than. I would be much prefer to see it sit somewhere at 9th level. Putting it there would be much more sensible. Being able to transmute damage rather than be part of meta magic, just because it is so good. Putting a restriction of level 11, I kind of feel like that's a bit too late. Would I say casting 2 cantrips is as bad as changing the damage type? No, it's probably on par actually. No, okay, so we'll leave it. I'll just put a restriction on the level that you can pick it. I think that's probably the easiest way. So let's go with transmute. Transmute spell. Bold underline. When you cast a spell that deals a type of damage from the following list, you can change that damage type to one of the other listed types. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's good. I'm all good with that. But we need to put in a restriction, and I think it needs to be just like Quicken Spell. I would say it's on par. Casting 2 cantrips and that it's kind of on par, I guess. Not exactly, but I don't want them picking that up. Transmute Spell would be something you would grab at level 7. It would be really sensible. Grab Transmute Spell. No brainer. So let's go Transmute Spell here. Paste. This meta magic option is only available at 11th level Sorcerer. Now let's get to Twin Spell. Twin Spell is really, really strong. Out of all the things, even Wizards of the Coast has gone through the process of rewriting this Twin Spell meta magic. And I think the easiest way to deal with that is to actually look at what they've done. So when you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can spend a number of sorcery points equal to... No, we'll get rid of it. You can target... Okay, when you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can target a second creature in range with the same spell. And that's really what that does. Get rid of the sorcery points cost. Let's get rid of this. And to be eligible, a spell must be incapable of targeting more than one creature as the spell's current level. For example, Magic Missile and Scorching Ray aren't eligible, but Ray of Frost and Chromatic Orb are. Okay. Now, have I finished with this? I don't know that I have, because I want to put a limit on this. I also want to see what they did with Twin Spell in the meta magic options. So let's have a look here. Meta magic. Okay, meta magic. Okay, let's go down. Quicken Spell, Seeking Spell, Transmute Spell. Where's the other one? Twin Spell. Here we go. When you cast a spell such as Charm Person or Hold Person, that can be cast with a higher level spell slot to target an additional creature. You can spend one spell sorcery point to increase the spell's effect level by 1. No, I don't think that's a good idea. Honestly, really, I think it's going to work better if we just do it that way. When you cast a spell that targets only one creature and doesn't have a range of self, you can target a second creature in range with the same spell. That's it. So there's no fireball, no throwing 2 fireballs, okay? To be eligible, a spell must be incapable of targeting more than one creature at the spell's current level. For example, Magic Missile and Scorching Ray aren't eligible, but Ray of Frost and Chromatic Orb are. And I think that's where it needs to be. And then we need to put a limit. So this is going to affect not just cantrips, but it's going to affect anything that has... So you could potentially pick a very powerful single target spell like Disintegrate. You could use Disintegrate with this, and it would disintegrate... Is it 2 targets? I think it is. Using Twin Spell. Hashtag. Let's go here. So let's have a look. I just want to check single target spells. Disintegrate. D. What's the Finger of Death? I think Disintegrate's level 6. Disintegrate and Finger of Death. Dominate monster. Okay, so Finger of Death, dominate monster. Dominate. Disintegrate. Finger of Death. Disintegrate. Where are you? Disintegrate. Finger of Death. I got that one. So it is... You send negative energy coursing through a creature that you can see within range, causing it to its searing pain. The target must make a Constitution saving throw. It takes 7d8 plus 30 necrotic damage on a failed save. Blah blah. Don't worry about any of that. Humanoid killed by this spell rises as at the start of their next turn as a zombie permanently under your command. Blah blah blah. So Finger of Death it would work with. It's a level 7 spell. Disintegrate. Let's have a look at Disintegrate. 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 Where are you? Disintegrate. Here we go. Disintegrate. So, a thin green ray springs from your pointing finger to a target that you can see within range. The target can be a creature, an object, or a creation of magical force, such as the wall created by... Okay, so that's okay. Okay, when you cast a spell that targets only one creature or object, and doesn't have a range of self, you can target a second creature or object in range with the same spell. Okay, I think that's where we need to go with this. So this would potentially work. You can cast a spell with damage increases, so it's still a single target thing. It is not... It's not going to be targeted... You're not going to be targeting more than one thing. So that's probably where it is. The point is, what sort of restriction? If I made Twin Spell available at level 7, you would always pick Twin Spell. Granted, anybody tell me I'm wrong. If you had Twin Spell in its current form that I've written in front of you right now, would you not just take Twin Spell every single time at level 7? You just take it, wouldn't you? Makes sense. Now you can cast a spell that has a target of, one thing, and you can hit it, and you can hit it twice. Yep. You can hit a second target. You can hit a second target with the same spell. Like, that's great. Awesome. You can't hit the same target. Yeah. So you're hitting a second target, but you've now gone from a single target to double targets with the same spell. At level 7, it would be, out of everything else we have to choose from, Transmute Spell, Subtle Spell, Quicken Spell, 2 cantrips, who gives a shit, Extended Spell, Empowered Spell, Distant Spell, Careful Spell. Nobody's going to care. They're always going to go for Twin Spell. At level 11, since we're now got a restriction, Quicken Spell is only available and Transmute Spell is only available at level 11. Again, you would pick them over Transmute Spell. You take Twin Spell over Transmute Spell or Quicken Spell. I know I would take Twin Spell over Quicken Spell. I would probably do that. Would you not? I'm pretty sure people would. Transmute Spell, you can cast that spell and it deals damage from the following list. So again, it's good, but now I've got 2 targets with a single target spell, and it's not just a cantrip. We're talking about big, heavy hitting spells, things that can do a lot. Okay, whether it's damage or it's doing something else. That's not even counting things like Hold Monster. Hold Monster, suddenly I can hold 2 monsters or 2 persons. That's a big deal. I think that is really, really strong. I think Twin Spell is still probably the strongest option there is. So this is what I'm going to suggest is probably the most sensible thing to do, because it won't matter at this point. Copy this bit. Hashtag, let's go here. Put this in. Paste. This metamagic option is only available at 7th level. 17th level. Let's go 17th level. I think 17th level, it really doesn't matter. A single target spell that now allows you to target 2 creatures or 2 objects. Who gives a toss? It's level 17. It won't matter at that point. It really won't matter that much. So I think that is probably the best place to stick it. And that will eliminate the I will always take Twin Spell because it is the best option. And I feel like things like Careful Spell, Distant Spell, Empowered Spell, Extended Spell, and Subtle Spell, they're kind of on the same sort of plateau. I think that's the best way to go. So that's what we'll do. Metamagic. Done. Super simple, super easy. Get to use it once per turn. No backing it up. You can't, you don't blow it all at once and then, okay, it's time to go and take a rest so I can get all my metamagic options back because I can get my spell points back. There's none of that going on. You'd have to take a full-blown long... you're just going to get to use 1 every single turn. And I actually think that's perfectly fine because we're doing that at level 7. It's all right. It's all right. So you can change the way the magic works. So that's what I'll do. That's what I'll do. Okay, cool. Right. Next, I'm going to take a break, come back, deal with the next thing. Probably going to start doing some of the number stuff. And I've also got to construct the Magic Surge table, which will need a bit of adjustment and change because unfortunately it can't stay the same. Not the way it currently is. I would have to actually make some fairly distinct changes to that, just because there are a few things that incorporate spell points or sorcery points that we were not using that, so that make no sense now. Okay, so and I also need to get the numbering right for all my spells because I can't give them too few spells, otherwise it's not going to work. I'm going to lose stuff and not be able to use stuff. Anyway, I'll be back in about 5 minutes. I'm going to take a quick break. I won't be long. I'm just jumping in. Let's have a look and see what you've got written here. I see a negative space. You've got you got something down. So give me a second and I'll read what you've said. Okay. Now you have said in the chat. I know it's not popular. Oh, hang on. I can't see everything. It's pretty X. I know it's not popular, but I think the other option is to increase the sorcery point cost to use Twin Spell. Well, that's what Wizards of the Coast has done. But I do not like... what I've always found is that it's difficult for a game master to know if players are actually tracking their sorcery points correctly. And I know because the turning sorcery points into spell slots and spell slots into sorcery points can confuse people a little bit. It's another resource that has to be managed. And rather than... the problem with a resource management process is if you have somebody who just uses all their spell points all at once on one turn, and then, okay, now we go take a rest and we get all sorcery points back, and then we just do that all over again, it runs into the problem. And you can do that very low level, right? Because that's how it works with Font of Magic. I'm not keen on doing that. I think this is probably a better way. One of the things you'll notice, so for example, if we have a look at 3.5 and we look at Meta Magic, because I would say the first time I saw Meta Magic in any sort of significant way come up, what do you got here, Fred Huber? One of the wild magics has to be a cloud of butterflies that completely blocks vision for X rounds. Oh, come on. So one of the things you'll notice with Meta Magic, for example, in 3.5, is that there are restrictions. I'm pretty sure there used to be restrictions on when you could use Meta Magic. You couldn't just use it straight off the bat. You had to do you had to jump through some hoops to get it. Let me just see if I can find this Meta Magic. Meta. Women fly, go away. Meta Magic feats. Here we go. Level 88. Not page 88, not level 88. Oh, brain gone. 88. So looking at page 88, and we have feats, and we have Meta Magic stuff. Going through here. No. Come on. Where is it? Here we go. Meta Magic. There's one. This is Empower Spell. You can cast a spell to greater effect. And it's a feat, so you would actually have to pick that up. But Empower Spell is not a huge problem as far as I'm concerned. Where's another one? These were each feats, so you actually have to pick a feat and then you'd have to stick with it. Where's another one? But I remember Meta Magic also causing all sorts of blooming problems. And then where is another one? Meta Magic and Large Spell. Another feat. Extend Spell. Another feat. No restriction really. But usually you weren't getting feats until a little bit later on anyway. So you could, unless you were playing something that allowed you to do otherwise, which you could do, of course. Where's another one? Meta Magic, Maximize Spell. What else is there? Meta Magic, where are you? Yeah, Quicken Spell. Here we go. So casting a spell is quicken free action. So that I just remembering back to how they work. No, there's no restriction. But they basically, it was very hard to get them because you had to burn a feat to get this little suckers. Like, there's only so much you can get. I don't know that I like the idea of not doing that. Anyway, paralysis, the nearby creature to your left. Oh, well, let's do this Magic Surge table. Let's build the Magic Surge table. I've been going on about let's build a Magic Surge table and all. Let's just do it. Because really I've done most of the stuff that I said I would do, that is the old stuff. So let's do the news, the finish off the bits that we haven't done. Deal with new stuff next time. And yeah. I think what I'll do with this is I will put the table Not in the middle of the document, but at the end of the document, so it's easier to find. I was thinking about this before, is like, where would I like to position it? And I think that that table actually needs to be positioned at the end of the class rather than smack in the middle. It's going to be a bit of a pain otherwise. So let's open this up. Here's my book. How many do I need in here? How many rows and columns? 2 columns, and I would say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51. So 51, that's quite a lot. It's a lot of rows to be able to try and squeeze in. It's going to be really hard to put onto one table. I'm probably going to struggle, particularly with the size of the text that I'm using, to be able to do that. And yeah, with the size of the text that I'm using and the amount of space that I can get in, it's going to really be hard, isn't it? It's going to be a complete pain in the butt. I can see it now. Let me just do this, and we'll jump over to here. Yes, I know I'm on this website, people. I know I said I wouldn't be here, but I'm going to do some copying and pasting. I need to speed up the process a little bit. Produces a table of food for 8. Grows. You guys are rolling in some nice ideas there. I like it. It's cool. Let me just scroll on down. I think it's right near the end. Well, certainly, I'm pretty sure it was. Here we go. This is this table here. So this table is just, it's just so long. So what's the best way to read it? Side by side, not side by side. There's no way I can do it any other way, is there? Okay. All right. Let's create a new page for this. If I create a new page, then there's plenty of space for it all to go. All right, it's there, and now, come on, here we go. At the top, and then we just put in here, magic search table. Okay, and then below, we put in our table. So insert table. Insert table. Let's go with 1, 2, 3, 4. Go down and see if that works. So it goes as far as 20. Go as far as 20, and it's going to look like that. The problem is I really need to make sure the table is easy to reference, right? If the table is too difficult to reference, I almost feel like there's probably too many things on the current Wild Magic Surge table. So maybe we can actually, if I undo that again, and I do this again, and let's just make it one option, one thing, and then change the numbers around. That's probably going to be easier, isn't it? Let's go there, go down, 22. Oh, that didn't work. Try it again. Table 20. Okay, 20. Okay, there. And then move this up. And do I want to move it up all the way? And then we can go here and we can add in another row, add in another row, add in another row, add in a row, add in a row, add in a row, add in a row. Oh, come on. Okay, come on. Add a row. Oops, too many rows. Added too many rows. Let's get rid of a row. Delete row, delete row, delete row. Okay, all right, that's better. And there's our table here. So let's go like this. Let's go bold it. And then I'll move this line all the way over here so there's just space for the numbers. And then we put our text in. Okay, that's better. All right, cool, cool. All right, so let's just type in or get in the ideas. I will ditch any that I think are kind of shite along the way. And then I'll put in our numbers here because it's going to be different. One. Okay, so this is it going to really be a D10? It might well be something else, eh? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can't do it that way. It's not going to work. I can't count it. I've got to have to number it. And can I have to number it? Okay. 01 dash 03. Not going to work. Move that a little bit. 03. 33. Will there be 33? It probably won't be 33. Okay. And D100, we might change that. And then over here, effect. And we'll go bold this, and then we'll write in some stuff. Okay, cool, cool. Oh, come on, negative space. Really? Within 100 feet, everybody dies? Nice. Lovely. Just awesome. Okay, let's take the table we already have. The ones that are my favorite. Roll on this table at the start of each of your turns for the next minute. No, I always found that to be shite. Let's forget about that. For the next minute, you can see any invisible creatures if you have line of sight to it. I actually think that's fine. Let's do that. That's a nice one. So we're going to get some nice ones. We're going to get some bad ones. So let's put some stuff in the middle, stuff in the not so much in the middle. Okay. Okay, let's put it about there. Without the formatting. Cool. I might have to change the size of the text, but that's all right. Next. A Modron chosen and controlled by the DM appears in an unoccupied space within 5 feet of you and then disappears 1 minute later. That one has been hilarious. I like that one a lot. Let's grab this one. It's not necessarily useful to you, but it's entertaining. Let's put this in. Okay, there. Now that's going to drop things down a little bit, so we need to actually make our text a little smaller. So I've got it currently at 11, and I actually probably need to make it smaller than that. So let's go smaller. Is that going to be enough? It is for now. Oops, there's a moth flying past my head. There's another one. Okay, so that's fine. I'm all right with that one. Let's pick another one. You cast Fireball as a 3rd level spell centered on yourself. This is caused some problems, and it will kill parties as it should. So we're going to stick it at the outer lying point over here, right here. That's fine. American, no, centered. There we go. That's better. Next, let's pick another one. You cast Magic Missile as a 5th level spell. These are all very, very nice things. We don't have a lot of unnice things going on right now. Let's go here, copy. So I feel like that's a fairly powerful spell. And it can go kind of, is it in the center? Or not in the center. But the tail ends are probably going to come up least of all. I would say this is like mid-range. This is still nice stuff. Paste. Okay, let's do that one. Next. Roll a d10. Your height changes by a number of inches equal to the roll. If the roll is odd, you shrink. If the roll is even, you grow. Okay. All right, so funny, entertaining. It's all right. It's not really a big. I wouldn't say it's that dramatic a problem, frankly. So let's go with. And I probably need to go copy, and I actually probably need to color coordinate these things for good and bad. So that I don't think this is either good or bad that much in any way. I would say it's just what it is. I'm going to think about this a little bit. I'm going to color coordinate these ones. Color coordinate, and we'll go. So yellow is good. Yellow is fine. Yellow is fine. There's no big deal, really isn't. And then this yellow is fine. Okay. And then we've got one that is not great at all. So we're going to mark that in red. That way I can see which ones are sort of the better ones that you would like and ones that you don't. You cast confusion centered on yourself. Well, that's not good. Copy. So we'll go over here and we'll put that as an outlier. Put it here. Centered on yourself. And we'll put that in red. You don't really want to be doing that if you can help it, but it can help come up. Right, next. For the next minute, you regain 5 hit points at the start of each of your turns. I don't know. Well, there's nothing wrong with it, I guess. We'll put it in, but I don't. It's not my favorite. Definitely not my favorite. I wouldn't say it's great. It's not that bad though either. So let's just put that here. Paste. That's definitely a yellow. Got a lot of yellows, not enough of everything else. Okay, let's keep going. You grow a long beard made of feathers that remains until you sneeze. This is rather amusing. Not bad. Not really that good either, so we'll put it kind of in the middle. Okay. You're growing a long beard made of feathers that remains until you sneeze. Well, that I always felt like it was a pain. You grow a long beard made of feathers. There we go. Humiliation galore, but not really a big deal. Let's get real. If you let's just keep the long beard made of feathers. You cast grease centered on yourself. It's all right, but I don't know about this one either. It's supposed to be a negative, but is it really? I'd say we would just put it like that and put it red is bad, but not really that bad. The feathers thing, beard, is not really that bad. Sorry, what do you got here? Fireball is a classic, absolutely. This creature is irresistible to love. 3 commoners in the start of the next turn. Follow the PC for a week. Merchants change the sorcerer double. Yeah, there's a few here that are coming up that I've never really been that fond of. Creature has disadvantage on saving throws against the next spell you cut. Yeah, nah, forget that. Your skin turns a vibrant shade of blue. A remove curse spell can end this effect. It's not a big deal either, really. Come on, it's not that bad. Let's stick it in though. Let's stick it here. Paste. I think that's a yellow. Having a slightly funny coloured skin, it's not a big deal. There's way too many yellows and not enough of the other stuff. Let's keep going. An eye appears on your forehead for the next minute. During that time, you have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on sight. No, that's not going to happen. You teleport up to 60 feet to an unoccupied space of your choice that you can see. That's a good thing, not a bad thing. So let's go here. I'm going to skip this one. And really, I don't know about the eye thing. The next minute, I guess we could do that. It's not a big deal either. It's like I got off lightly. I didn't get hit with anything that heavy. Let's go here. Let's just do that. That's fine for now. Keep going. The teleport one is definitely a good thing. I wouldn't say it is in the middle of who cares. I would say it's pretty decent, and it's a yellow. Being able to teleport 60 feet is pretty good. So let's go here and make that a yellow. And next, you are transported to the astral plane until the end of your next turn. Yeah, basically it takes you out of the battle. We're just going to go here. We won't worry about all that other stuff. It ain't necessary. It's not good. Suddenly you disappear for a round is not a great idea. I know, because I've done it a few times. So let's go here. And let's just put that there. That is red. That's not great. Okay. Maximize the damage of the next damage spell you cast within the next minute. This can be a bit of a pain, this one, actually, now that I think about it. So, the problem with aging, it's entertaining, but there's not much else to it. Regaining 2d10 hit points, waste of time. This here is definitely another yellow, not a red. And that's pretty good too. So let's go yellow. Maximize, Modron. Okay. There we go. And then don't want the years thing. Getting older or younger doesn't mean very much in the game. 1d6 flumps controlled by the DM appear in an occupied space within 60 feet of you. Is funny. Them being frightened of you. I guess that's not quite. But this is funny. This bit here is great. But it's not really a big deal. Again, it's like, oh, something showed up that I wasn't expecting. Entertaining, but that's about it. So let's go with the F. Flumps next to you, full stop. And I don't want them to disappear a minute later because we've always, every time the flumps show up, we're like, oh, down, they're gone. You turn into a pot plant until the start of your next turn. That is a pain in the butt. And this pot plant one is a drag. And it's definitely going in. Definitely putting that little sucker in there. So let's put this in. It's a bit wordy though. That's the only hassle. It's like I don't want it to be as wordy as that. And it is. Which means I've got to change the size of the text again, don't I? Let's go down. Down, and then if I go here, better. Okay, we'll fit it in. We'll get it all in there eventually. Okay. You turn into a pot plant until the start of your next turn. While a pot plant, you are incapacitated and have vulnerability to all damage. If you drop to 0 hit points, your pot breaks and your form reverts. Yes, that's right. And you might be dead. For the next minute, you can teleport up to 20 feet. It's a bonus action. No, you can levitate. You can cast levitate on yourself. The unicorn one. The unicorn has always been hilarious. I want the unicorn one. It's really good too. It's way better than it should be. Let's get rid of. There's too many yellows. Look at all the yellow stuff. God blimey. Paste. And there's the unicorn. Okay. A unicorn controlled by the DM appears in a space within 5 feet of you, then disappears after and disappears 1 minute later. Cool. And we keep going. What are we doing? Oh, top of the hour, but I'm all right. We'll keep going. You can't speak for the next minute. Whenever you try, pink bubbles float. This is not great. Basically, as a spellcaster, you're stuffed. It's really a big pain in the ass. So let's stick it in here. Let's stick it here. This is not great at all. Hilarious, but not great. Okay. All right, so we're starting to see a bit more red in here, but not as much as I would like. Next. A spectral shield hovers near you for the next minute, granting you a +2 bonus. It's not that exciting. You have immunity. Nah. For the next, your hair falls out but grows back 24 hours later. It's not a big deal. It is slightly funny. Even the intoxication one is not bad. The problem with the intoxication one is 5d6 days can be a really long time, and you have to track it. And that's, I think, where the problem lies. Is you forget which day am I on that I'm intoxicated. That's the problem. So I think if I use this, I actually have to change the time frame, because I don't think that's going to work the way it is. Let's put this in red because I forgot to put red. You don't want to be a pot plant and intoxicated for a period of time. You are immune to being intoxicated by alcohol for the next day. For 24 hours. It's not that exciting though, is it? Let's just cut this. I'll put this over here. It's not a big deal, really. When's it going to come up? Hardly ever. I would say it's a fairly tame issue. Put that there, and then we go over here and grab the next one. Your hair falls out for 24 hours. Let's go here and chuck that into. This is a good one. Having a unicorn shop, we've always found it was a good deal. It works well. Okay, this is another good one. Okay, that's not a big deal. Your hair falls out, who cares? Unless, of course, you'd like to have hair. Okay, next. The next minute, any flammable object you touch that isn't being worn or carried by another creature bursts into flame. It's boring. It always has been. For the next minute, you must shout when you speak. It never did anything. It wasn't that great. Up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet of you take. This is really good. Cloud kill on yourself, though. I've forgotten about that one. God, when that happened. I've done all of these. I've done all of these. Some of them more than once. Anyway, this is not good. You cast fog cloud yourself. This is not good. Let's put in a red. Let's keep going. 3 creatures. You can see a feet take lightning damage. Well, you definitely want that one. That one does bucket load of that. Saves our bacon so many times. Sheesh, stick that in. This is a yellow. Okay, and yellow. Cool, got it. You can't dispose of the stone. Every 5 minutes, all your weapons and armor within 60 feet rust, and it takes. You can win a lot of drinking contests. I suppose you can in 5d6 days. Yeah, you suppose you could. You definitely could. I don't think it's the best one. You are frightened by the nearest creature until the end of your next turn. It's such a boring one. We're running out of space. Okay. Each creature within 30 feet of you becomes invisible for the next minute. The invisibility ends on a creature when it attacks or casts a spell. Yes. Again, that's another really good one, and I don't want to have too many things that'll make things too easy, but it seems to be heading that way. Let's get real. It seems to be heading that way. Let's go here. Most of the things on the table I actually felt were generally fairly fine. You gain resistance to all damage for the next minute. No, we've had enough of them. That's boring anyway. Random creature within 60 feet of you becomes poisoned for 1d4 hours. Boring. You glow with bright light in a 30-foot radius for the next minute. That is very, very funny. It causes all sorts of problems. Any creature that ends its turn within 5 feet of you is blind until the end. I think that makes it even worse. So everybody is trying to avoid you, but this is hilarious. So let's do that. And it's not good. Suddenly lighting up like a light bulb is not a good thing because everybody's trying to hide themselves. So I would say that is a bad thing. And there's another section to this, but any creature that ends its turn, I'm going to get rid of that bit because it's too much. Honestly, I think it's too much. Yep, that's fine. And then we keep going. Polymorph. You cast Polymorph on yourself. If you fail the saving throw, you turn into a sheep for the spell's duration. Okay. So the saving throw thing, I want to ditch. And definitely including it. Because I've turned into a sheep a few times. You cast Polymorph on yourself. You cast Polymorph on yourself. Turning into a sheep. Now, what's the duration of the spell? If I remember right, there's a duration on Polymorph. Let's get the Polymorph duration. Yeah, definitely. Summon a Bellrock. I don't know about that one. Polymorph. Where is Polymorph? Polymorph. Polymorph. Here we go. It lasts for 1 hour. There's no concentration going to be going on here. So you cast Polymorph on yourself, turning into a sheep for 1 hour. Okay. It's not that funny, Fred. Come on. Stop it. Okay, so there's a few here. I'm going to say right now, some of these are kind of boring, and I would like to kind of ditch. But it depends on what else we find here. Grease has never been one that I thought was very good. I always thought grease was like, whatever. Illusionary butterflies and flower petals flutter into the air within 10 feet of you for the next minute. This one's actually not bad. I actually like this a lot. You can take one additional action immediately. No. Stop being generous. Let's go here. Copy. So the butterflies thing, absolutely. So I want to get rid of one of the yellows because there's too many yellows as it is. And the butterflies is not a big deal. An eye appears on you for 1 minute. Your hair falls out. It's all right. No, we're not getting rid of that one. Turning blue, mildly amusing, but not that great. I don't want to get rid of the Modron or the Flumps, frankly. I feel like those are both really cool. Casting a magic missile at 5th levels is pretty good. The invisibility is pretty good. Okay. All right. So I've got to decide what I'm going to take out. The beard one's probably not. I would say the beard one and the turning blue is not nearly as good as suddenly there's butterflies everywhere. The eye one, I always felt like the eye one was kind of shite. Yeah, let's get rid of the eye one. We need to remove something, so the eye one, we're going to put in the butterfly. Oh no, it's not doing it. Come on, do it again. Yep, there we go. Illusionary butterflies and flower petals flutter in the air within 10 feet of you for the next minute. That's the one I want, for sure. I like the butterfly one simply because it's funny. Next, each creature within 30 feet of you takes... that's boring. You cast minor image on you? No. You cast fly? No. You become invisible for the next minute? No. It was already an invisibility thing here. If you die within the next minute, you immediately come back to life as if the reincarnation. This never comes into play because it never happens at the right time. So I'm going to leave it alone. Although my mates, I know that my mates would find it horrendously funny if they got to do this. The problem is, if you die within the next minute, yeah, it just doesn't seem to sort of do very much. Okay, I think we'll leave that one alone. Your size increases by 1 category for the next minute. No. You and all creatures within 30 feet of you have vulnerability to piercing damage for the next minute. It's bad, but okay. You are surrounded by faint ethereal music for the next minute. No. So all of those other things, I couldn't care less for. So this is the table we have currently. Here's the problem. I need to know roughly how many things are here. So I'm just going to number things off. So let's number these off now. And then I'll have to put the true numbers in here later. But I need to know how many we've got. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. Okay, so 25 is probably fine in terms of the number of things we're going to have. Okay, so that's all. Okay, that's just about right. Okay, so now I need to just count up and make sure that I don't have too much of one thing going on here. So red, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 here. Red equals 5, and this top end is 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. Okay. And then we have 25 in total. And really what I want to be able to do is kind of go down the middle a little bit. Let's undo that. So we're going to go with 25. So our numbering is going to be different. It's not going to be a D20. It's going to be percentile, and the range is going to be quite large, isn't it? Okay, cool. So that's only 9, and I really want to be kind of roughly, I would say, in about the middle. So what's half of that? At least 12 of them needs to be bad rather than 9. So I need to add 9 more. No, I need to add 3 more that aren't very good for you. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's have a look at the ideas you guys have been, because you've been suggesting all sorts of things. Yeah, I need to take a break. I'm aware. I know I need to take a break. It's just I would like to be able to nail this down, at least this bit of it. And I only need 3 more, right? And I'm sure you will have come up with something that it would be appropriate for what we're after. So let's take a look at what we've got here and see what we can do. Casting a fireball on yourself is hilarious. Turning into a pot plant is funny as anything. Glowing brightly, it's all right. It's got a bit of a problem to it. Turning into a sheep, not great either. I would say that they are probably, it could switch them and they would be fine. Okay. All right. Let's have a look at what you've got in chat here. Right. So you were talking about the butterfly solution. Now, 1 minute. So illusionary butterflies and... Okay, no. I actually think... I don't want illusionary butterflies, just butterflies. Butterflies. This is... Butterflies... So let's go with a cloud. A cloud of butterflies appear in the air within 10 feet of you for the net, and 10 feet of you. Let's just leave them there. It's not that bad, really. It's fine. Okay. Next, paralysis. The next creature you to your left is no. Growing a 4-foot beard on a random creature. I think... Did we get rid of the beard one? I can't remember. Your hair falls out. Falls out, but grows back. Back at a normal rate. It's not a big deal. Yeah. Produce a table of food. No. Rots for all food. X distances. A phantom bard appears playing Otis's starts. Really? It might well be. But also, too, I think the table needs to be reasonably simple. I think there's probably too many things on the existing one. Beans the size of elephants appear. Oh, good lord. GM comes up with a wild idea, and that's the result. Eek! That could be dangerous. Sorcerer grows to warts on their nose. All player characters within 10 feet die. No. Sorcerer is immune to damage. No. Next creature of opposite sex to see the sorcerer falls in love with the sorcerer. Next creature to see the sorcerer wants to eat the sorcerer. Fireball. No, we've got that already. You could make it a D88 table. I don't think so. The nearest creature that falls in is no. 3D commoners following. No. Love it. Turn on my computer and figure Microsoft. Reset my computer. Okay. Merchants charging the double the next. No. I think many of these results were secret. That would be more. And yeah, it would be more hilarious. Dinner time. Oh, negative space. If you're already gone, I've probably missed you. So sorry if I missed you. If you wind up rewatching, which I don't think you should. It's a long stream. Anyway, thank you for being here. Your purse develops a hole that you can't patch, and you drip out coins as you walk. Charging purse moves the hole to the next purse. You and your closest living relative get sent stones. Their relative calls to you every 5 minutes, really. You can't dispose of the stone. All weapons and armor and come with a lot of drinking contests. Summoning a Balrog, turning into a sheep. You effectively cast Big B's Insulting Finger and attract the attackers. Okay, polymorph is 1 hour. You can cast Sleep on yourself. You didn't take... you're flying by 3... Is that mummies or mummies? Okay, all right. I think I've caught up with all the stuff you put in here. And so I'm just going to make a mark here so I know what I've read up to. Okay, so I need to add in a few things. So there's a couple of things that need to either change or be removed. And I have to decide on which ones I want to remove. You cast Polymorph on yourself and turn into a sheep. What else would I like to turn a sorcerer into for a while that would be entertaining? A cat or a dog? Of course it's got to be a dog. What else? What else we want you might... we're going to pick something. Duck or dog for 1 hour. There we go. I want to include a few more because turning into something is kind of entertaining. It's always been a good laugh for most of us anyway. You glow with bright light at a 30-foot radius for the next minute. Blinding everyone in range. Here we go. Yep, that ain't good. Next, pot plant, cast fireball, duck it up there. That's fine. Invisible. Next, up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet take 46 lightning damage. Some of these are just low end. They're not actually that good. They just happen. They're not really a big deal. So let's take out a couple of those and see what they got. This is definitely good. This is definitely good. That's definitely good. I don't know what to do here. Whether it's a good or it's just just it's still, yeah, there's still not enough going on here. Grease, I can't stand grease as a negative. It's not really enough. Astral plane, you cast confusion center on yourself. You can't speak for a minute. Pink bubbles. Falls out, unicorn, teleport, flumps, butterflies. Since blade blue. Grow a long beard made of feathers. You see any invisible creature you have a line of sight on. Okay. Well, actually, I honestly, I don't know what else to do with this just yet. I actually think what I'll do is I'll just unhighlight. Will I? No. I'll leave that and I'll put the numbers in. So if we've got 25 and we're dealing with a 100 table, so that means it's 1 to 4, 5 to 6. Okay. 2, 4, 4 to 8, isn't it? 4 to 8, 8 to 12. No, that's not right. That's not right. It's 5. 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 13, 14, 15, 16. There we go. 17, 18, 19, 20. Is that right? I think that's correct. Okay. And then we go 21, 21, 21, 22, 23, 24. Then it goes 25. Oops, 24. It goes 25, 25, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 29, 29, 30, 31, 32. Okay. 33, 33, 34, 35, 36, 36, 37. Exciting stuff. 37, 38, 39, 40. 40, 41, 41, 42, 43, 44. Okay. 45, 45, 46, 47, 48. Okay. 49, 49, 50, 51, 52. 52. 53, 53, 54, 55, 56. I think that's right. 57. Okay. 57, 58, 59, 60. 61, 61, 62, 63, 64. Okay. Yeah, I'm getting it. 65, 65, 66, 67, 68. Sorry, 68. 69 to 69, 70, 71, 72. Boy, oh boy. 73, 73, 74, 75, 76, 76. Sheesh. Exciting stuff. 77, 77, 77, 78, 79, 80. Yes. '81, 81, 82, 83, 84. 84. Come on, Fred, get it right. Okay. 85 to 85, 86, 87, 88. Okay. 89 to 89, 90, 91, 92. There, 93 to 93, 94, 95, 96. Oh, it's almost there. I'm almost there. 97 to 100. Okay, it's done. All right, so I got it numbered, and I got it right. Thank you, Fred. I can see you punching in numbers there to help me along, and I got there. I'm fine. All right, so there's 25 options. I think the best ones are there. I think all of the really shite ones I removed, and that's all good. Okay, so let's go in. I'm almost out of time. So what I would like to do would be to do the spells. Like, I want to actually deal with the spells. Oh God, that's right. This is called Phoenix Blast, isn't it? Oh, jeez. Okay. All right, down here. Let's deal with the spells. We've got to give them more than what they already did. I didn't fall for it. No, I don't know what I was supposed to fall for. Were you trying to throw me out? You were trying to throw me out. That's what you. Now I see a 98 there. How did that come up? All right, here we go. So if you're casting spells and you're likely to fail, there are certain problems with spells beyond level 2. Level 1 right through with spell casting failure. So I can't give them just the same old thing. They can't get as many spells as some of the other spell casters, so they're going to be sort of stuck. So I think the best thing to do is to double things. Maybe I will just double everything. Maybe I should just double. I think I'll do that. That will mean you will wind up with quite a few more spells at first level, at second level, than you would normally. Let's go with 4. And then level 2, you would normally get 3. So I'm going to give you 6. Because you're going to lose a few along the way. Level 3, you'd get 4. Level 3, you get 4. It was now going to be 8. And I'll move that number from a 5 to an 8. All the way along. Eight. 2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. 2, 4, 5, 6. Level 1 isn't very dangerous though, is it? Not with 4 cantrips and 4 level 1 spells. What would it look like if I do this? Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then just leave it at 8. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. 8, 8. I'm really not too sure whether this is going to be the right number, considering there's generally going to be potentially slightly less than 50% chance of failure on your spell casting. It will obviously get better for the lower level spells as you get higher in level and you increase some of your scores. But yeah, okay, all right. So second level, we don't get them to level 3, and it's 2. So we'll leave it at 2. We go 3, but ultimately I want to move it up to 6 for level 2. So 3, give you 4, 4, 5, 6, and that's where we'll switch and give you a maximum of 6, and that would happen about level 7. Okay, that's fine. We'll do that. It is a but here's the thing. Unlike a wizard who could pretty much have far more than that, a wizard could have far more than that. There's going to be a lot of spells that won't go off, and you won't be able to use them until the next day. And so my general feeling is, for those of you who are watching, my general feeling is these numbers are very arbitrary. Like, I don't know how it will play. I don't know how dangerous it will make the experience, or how easy it will make the experience. Really, this is fairly arbitrary. All I know is they need to have more spells because they will lose spells along the way. Now, you might the answer might be, well, Fred, but you still got lots of cantrips, so why do you need to have so many of these spells to cast? And I get that. And I can't answer that question yet because I haven't decided whether this is going to work or not. So 3, level 5, you get 2. So we'll go 2, get 2, and then we'll go progression is going to go here. 3, 4. Remember, there's no other way to get spells for the sorcerer. They can't write anymore. This is all they will ever get. So when they select these, they're done. There is no more to gain, which means that the sorcerer actually becomes a little bit more complicated than the older sorcerer, because you've got more spells that you can access. But it would not be nearly as complicated as the wizards. Still think that would be pretty tame. So let's go here, here, and here. Okay, those are spells that you know. Okay, so now level 4 spells you get when? You get 1 at level 7. Well, do we go level 1? We go more. Or do you go 2? We've been going 2 and then we've been going 1. Well, level 4 spells are another thing, aren't they? So, no, I think we'll go 2. I'll go 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Max is out at 6. 6, 6, 6. Very exciting. I know it's too exciting to be watching me typing in numbers of spells. So it's the last thing of the day, man. It's the last thing of the day. It's all of my body is capable of dealing with. All my brain. Okay, so next at level 5. Level 5, we start getting them at level 9. And we get 1. We're going to push that to 2. Start with 2. Go 3. 4. 5. 6. Now, we're dealing with level 5 spells. What's the max out on level 5? 3. Okay, so we're going there. So we'll go to 6, and then we just progress from there. Level 6. Level 5. 6 of them. 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. And we'll push that across. 6. 6. And 6. Okay. Alright. Next. Level 2. So, this is level 6 spells, and you get them at level 11. And you get 1. Well, we're going to make that 2 now. 2. And it maxes out at 4 for them. So go 2, 3, 4, and that's it. No more progression. Which means basically double. Really. Mostly double. Mostly double. And here, there. Okay, alright. Next, level 7 spells. That is going to be level 13. Okay, and they get 1, and we're going to push that to 2. Push that to 2. And level 7 spells max out at 4, so we're going to do that again. Same thing. 2, 3, 4. 4, 4. Okay. All right. Level 8. So you get level 8 spells at 15th level, and they get 1, and that will be it. So we're going to go level 15. It's here. You'll get 2. And our max for that is I think it's going to just stay at 2. I think we won't go any further. Do I want to do that way? 2, 3. I feel like I'm a tease because I know what's going to happen. You try casting a high level spell, you're probably going to lose it and it won't work. Yeah, there is. So Fred, when you say there's a huge number of spells for a sorcerer, yes there is, but there's will never be as many as there is for the wizard. I can tell you now my wizard has a lot of spells, even compared to this. But yes, again, as I said, I feel like these are more arbitrary. I don't know how it's going to play. Okay, so I just don't want to go too light on spells. No, 2. There needs to be a way of doing this. Okay, I think we're just going to go 2, 2, 2 right across. You're not going to get any more. It doesn't go up. Okay, all right. I think that's got that there. I think that's done. That bit of it anyway. Okay, so what have we done today? We've got a lot done, but it's far from finished. There's a lot of stuff to deal with. We've still got all of our Sorcerer heritage stuff to deal with. There are some big spaces where there are things I could put, but I haven't decided what that's going to be. And yeah, there's some spaces here as well. I don't know that they necessarily need to be filled with something, but let me think about how that will look. Oh dear. And then that's that table, and then we've got this, and then we come down, we've got all that done, that's done, learning spells, that, oh, here we go. I can put this in. So third level sorcerer. We'll know how many cantrips. Third level sorcerer has how many cantrips? Oh, I haven't written that down, have I? Where's the... darn it. I had a piece of paper in front of me and it's gone. I'll put it somewhere. I don't know where it is. No. Okay, grab that. So sorcerer, level 3. What do they get? No, not that. So cantrips, level 3, you get 5. Cantrips, 5. Level 3, first level spells, first level, is 4. Second level spells, 2. Okay. So that means at third level you will have a grand total of 11 spells you can cast. Okay. Alright. Let's find that section. So, for example, if you're thinking, you will know Sorcerer. You know 5 cantrips. 4. So you get a little bit more than the wizard. 4 first level and 2 second level. So I'm giving the sorcerer more than the wizard. Spells. A spell can be cast an unlimited number of times per day unless the spell fails. Okay. That's it. That's that bit done. And I'm glad that I made sure to highlight that because I would have missed it. Cool. That's all good. We'll come back to the familiar for the sorcerer. We'll do that. We'll deal with that some of the day. We've done meta magic. I'm pretty happy with meta magic. Mage guild will be called something else, but we'll deal with that. I'm not sure how that's going to look. I don't think it should look like this. Magical guidance level 5. I'm not sure what to do with that. It's just sitting there right now. Wizard followers is actually sorcerer followers. We'll come back to that. I think it's not going to look quite like this. I'm not sure how this is going to work. Honestly, not too sure at all. Anyway, keep going. The mage tower. I think it needs to be called something else, but I will deal with that next time. Mage traveler. Definitely not going to be called mage traveler, but I don't know what to call it right now, so we'll leave that. And I don't know about giving. I really don't feel like we should give the sorcerer a vehicle. I think it needs to be something else. I really do feel like it needs to be something else. Okay. Pilgrim, so the portal stuff, that's all wizard stuff, which needs to be sorcerer stuff. I think that needs to look very different. Anyway, mystic item, we'll deal with that. So that'll have to be something called something else. Then we've got the Phoenix Blast, and then we've got this table here, which I think I can actually. I think for now I'll just take all the colouring off this because I think it's mostly done. I think it's mostly done. We've got a nice big range of different things that can happen. Some are good, some are bad, some are like nothing. The nothings really, and that's it. And that's just to make the whole idea of playing a sorcerer a little bit different, because it really needs something different. The sorcerer shouldn't play like a wizard or a warlock, and I think that'll do it. Okay, yeah. So we'll be coming back to this at some point, obviously, but not today. Anyway, cool. Oh, okay, all right. I'm sitting here, I'm just mulling over some of the decisions I've made today about how to structure things. It's going to be interesting. I'm really, really interested to see what winds up happening when I show my group this and what their response is. I have no doubt there'll be a lot of people who think that I'm absolutely crazy, but I'm hoping that I can sort of get people on try something new. Try something new with the sorcerer. I feel like the sorcerer needs to be something more than it is, because right now it's not much of anything actually. Okay, I want to say a huge thank you to all of you who've been watching and listening. It's been almost 5 hours. I've been here for a way too long. Basically the same time. It's always 5 hours when I'm doing this, pretty much, isn't it? So thank you for watching and listening and hanging out with me. Thank you for taking part of the poll, which I need to actually end. I want to say a huge thank you to my patrons who support me on Patreon. And I want to thank all of you who've been in chat, commenting and giving me ideas and just keeping me going so that I'd get through this, because, as I said, I'm still recovering from my my chili poison. Chili is poison to me, and yes, I should have been more careful about what I was eating on that pizza, but it's too late now. So huge thank you to Fred Huber, who is patron, Phil for hanging out for a while, Derp, who is also a patron, who was hanging out and providing some feedback, Pale Rider, thank you for being here, if you're still here, Dungeons and Chronics, who was here for a little while as well, Shiner81, who's hanging out. Is there anybody else that I have missed? Chris Brosket. Chris, thank you for being here, Chris. And just scrolling through here, trying to find names of people to see if there's anybody who has jumped in that I have missed. But yeah, it's been a bit much. So we're going to come back and deal with this. Calrel, thank you for being here. We're going to deal with the Sorcerer, probably not next week, but the week after. I'm back to doing Dungeon Master roundtables, at least one more for the year. But just the last one for the year will be next week, okay? Ugly Weirdo, thank you for being here and hanging out with us. It's been a great time. So yes, I expect that you'll find, and thank you to Big Kid for being here, who's a patron and a moderator. Thank you for being here. Everything's going to slow down. Negative Space, thank you for being here. And so you'll find that I'll start to tail off, and I'll be switching over to painting my miniatures, probably very early before it gets too hot, and then going off and just chilling out over my holidays. You'll find that I'll be doing that fairly shortly. The programming and how it looks is going to look so different. I'm going to move things around a lot in the next couple of weeks, just because of Christmas and New Year's, okay? I just don't see there's any other way. Anyway, so huge thank you for those who have been here and hanging out and commenting. And Fred Huber, as always, you always stick out for such. I can't believe you've been here for 5 hours. This is crazy. This is crazy. Anyway, thank you. Wherever you are in the world, whether it be the morning, the afternoon, the night, or the wee early morning, please look after yourself, your family, and your friends. Be nice to your neighbours. And hey, till next time, keep rolling those 20s.